Chapter 29. Inside the stone room, Lin Feng sat cross-legged, looking at the black jade pill in his hand. He took a deep breath. A 10th grade martial spirit hid a secret. What was the secret? I hope my martial spirit can evolve. Lin Feng looked hopeful. Then he swallowed the black jade pill and started to use the ancient dragonesque elephant skill to refine the black jade pill. Soon, the efficacy of the black jade pill was refined and started to merge with Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng found that all the efficacy of the pill was flowing towards his dantian. That was because a cultivator's martial spirit was in the dantian. The efficacy of the black jade pill was integrated into Lin Feng's devouring martial spirit. In Lin Feng's dantian, there was a shocking change. The devouring martial spirit in his soul started to operate on its own. Lin Feng's devouring martial spirit looked like a twisted black hole. At this moment, the black hole was spinning crazily. The efficacy of the black jade pill was being absorbed by Lin Feng's devouring martial spirit. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound came from Lin Feng's dantian. Then, a shocking scene appeared. In the depths of Lin Feng's dantian, a second black hole appeared. The second black hole was twisted, and deep in the black hole, it seemed to be connected to a mysterious world. The second devouring black hole was exactly the same as the first one. They both contained a terrifying devouring power and twisting power. Lin Feng was shocked. The devouring black hole was his devouring martial spirit. How could a second devouring black hole appear? But what shocked Lin Feng even more was what happened next. After the appearance of the second devouring black hole, a third one appeared. The 3 devouring black holes were arranged in Lin Feng's dantian. Each devouring black hole was emitting a strong devouring power. 3 devouring black holes. Lin Feng was dumbfounded. It's the black jade pill. Then, Lin Feng thought of the crux of the matter. It must be the profound jade pill that changed everything. Morong Shui had said before, every 10th grade martial spirit hides a great secret. His devouring martial spirit was a 10th grade martial spirit. Now, after refining the Xianyu pill, his devouring martial spirit had become 3. Apparently, the 3 twisted black holes were the 3 devouring martial souls. This was what shocked Lin Feng the most. 3 grotto heavens, 3 devouring martial spirits. Is this the ultimate evolution of a martial soul? Lin Feng sensed the devouring martial spirit in his dantian. Martial spirits could bring a cultivator great fighting strength. When Lin Feng fully activated his 3 devouring martial spirits, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. A power as vast as the sea erupted from within his body. Before the evolution of his devouring martial spirit, Lin Feng could unleash a strength of 32,000 pounds if he used all of his martial spirit's power. But at that moment, Lin Feng had 3 absorbing spirits, and he was using them at the same time. When the 3 devouring martial spirits were activated, Lin Feng could unleash a strength of 96,000 pounds. Ha! I never thought that I would have such a fortuitous encounter. Lin Feng's face was filled with ecstasy. A 10th grade martial spirit indeed contained a great secret. This time, the devouring martial spirit had evolved into 3 devouring martial spirits. He wondered if it would continue to evolve and create more devouring martial spirits in the future. Lin Feng quickly adjusted his state of mind. When his dantian had been destroyed by Yifei, he had been filled with despair. Now, with his extraordinary talent, he had experienced life and death situations. Many times, Lin Feng could adjust his state of mind quickly. Moreover, Lin Feng knew that there were many geniuses in the world, but very few of them could become peerless experts. Talent was very important to cultivation, but it was not the most important thing. Determination, willpower, and the spirit of never giving up were the factors that determined a person's ultimate height. Lin Feng walked out of the stone room. Morong Shui was still in seclusion. Lin Feng waited outside. 3 hours later, Morong Shue's surprised voice came from the stone room. I really succeeded. My martial spirit has evolved from an 8th grade martial spirit to a 9th grade martial spirit. Morong Shue ran out excitedly. Lin Feng, has your martial spirit evolved? She then looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and said, my martial spirit has also evolved. Hee, this time, the two of us have obtained incredible luck. Our martial spirits have evolved. Morong Shue was extremely excited. The two of them tidied up the things that Wu Ji had left behind and left the Wu Ji's cavern. In the mountain forest, a gentle breeze was blowing. Lin Feng suddenly hugged Morong Shue and kissed her on the lips before she could regain her senses. Morong Shue was completely dumbstruck. Soon, Morong Shue came back to her senses. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anger. When he saw that Morong Shue was about to explode, Lin Feng ran away. Ha, Morong Shue. Remember, from now on you're mine. Lin Feng ran away in the blink of an eye. Morong Shue stomped her foot angrily. After Lin Feng left, she touched her lips. Surprisingly, she was not angry, but her face was pink. She humphed. Bastard. I didn't say I was going to beat you up. Why did you run away so fast? When she saw that Lin Feng had completely disappeared, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Although she had only known Lin Feng for a short time, Lin Feng had clearly left a deep impression in her heart. Morong Shue didn't stop either. She had snuck out for a long time. She had to return to Tianqing City. Otherwise, the elders in her family would be worried sick. Chapter 30. In the back mountains of Jialan Academy, a vigorous figure was currently practicing a fist technique. Lin Feng was practicing the collapsing fist. It was an Earth-class fist technique that focused on explosive power that could penetrate the opponent's internal organs and instantly destroy them, causing heavy injuries or even death. The collapsing fist was ferocious and tyrannical. Lin Feng had already been back at Jialan University for 9 days. Since he had come back, he had been practicing bursting punch. Lin Feng shouted and stomped on the ground, his body shooting forward. His fist smashed into a 100-meter-tall boulder. The powerful force penetrated the surface of the boulder and surged into it, causing it to explode. Bang! The 100-meter-high boulder was immediately smashed into pieces by Lin Feng's punch. Lin Feng withdrew his fist, a smile on his face. After 9 days of bitter cultivation, he had finally mastered the collapsing fist. When Lin Feng returned to Jialan Academy, Zhang Shiqi said worriedly, "Junior brother, tomorrow is the 3-month battle between you and Bai Xianyang. I heard that Bai Xianyang has received a large amount of cultivation resources from his clan. Although he hasn't broken through to the martial master realm, his strength has increased by leaps and bounds." Zhang Shiqi's words were vague because he wanted to save face for Lin Feng. He continued, "You shouldn't participate in this battle. So what if you lose some face?" Lin Feng smiled. "Don't worry, senior brother. I'll definitely win tomorrow." Zhang Shiqi was stunned when he heard Lin Feng's confident words. He muttered inwardly, not knowing where Lin Feng's confidence came from. Zhang Shiqi wanted to persuade Lin Feng again, but Lin Feng suddenly said, "Senior brother, I heard that many students are privately betting on the outcome of the life-or-death battle." Zhang Shiqi smiled bitterly and nodded. "It's like this. Some people are privately betting on Bai Xuanyang's victory. 1 for 1 and 1 for 15 for you." Lin Feng couldn't help but scratch his nose and say, "Does everybody look down on me?" Zhang Shiqi nodded helplessly. Not only others. Even Zhang Shiqi was not optimistic about Lin Feng. After all, 3 months ago, Lin Feng was only a 6th firmament martial artist. At that time, Bai Xianyang was already a fighter 10th firmament. Bai Xianyang had the backing of a powerful clan, so he had all kinds of cultivation resources. Lin Feng was a child of a small family. His cultivation resources were limited. A 3-month life and death battle was simply an act of suicide. Lin Feng took out 1 million silvers. This was the 300,000 silvers he got from Duanmu Feiyang and the 700,000 silvers he got from Taoist Wuji's cave. For a child from a small clan like Lin Feng, this was a huge fortune. Senior brother, I have 1 million taels of silver here. Tomorrow, help me place a bet and bet that I'll win, Lin Feng said. So much money. Zhang Qi was speechless. He didn't ask where the money came from. He wondered if junior brother Lin really had the confidence to defeat Bai Xianyang. Although he felt that this was very unreliable, Zhang Qi had a lot of expectations in his heart. He took the 1 million taels of silver and said, "All right, I'll bet on junior brother winning tomorrow." On the second day, the 4 main departments of Jialan Academy were bustling with activity. The battle between Lin Feng and Bai Xianyang had spread like wildfire. Most of the inner yard disciples had also heard about the conflict between Lin Feng and the Bai clan. One of them was the #1 genius in the history of Jialan Academy, while the other was a fighter, 10th, heavenly layer perfection expert. This battle naturally attracted a lot of attention. Early in the morning, the inner courtyard disciples rushed to the life and death battle arena. Other than the disciples from the 4 major campuses, some teachers were also alerted and rushed to watch the show. This matter had even alerted the higher echelons of the Indigo Academy, such as the vice principal and vice principals of the various campuses. However, they were powerless to stop the life and death battle between the disciples. Place your bets. Place your bets. Bet on Bai Xianyang 1-1. Bet on Lin Feng 1-15. Someone had set up a gambling house in Jialan Academy. It was organized by a few extremely strong disciples. I'll bet on Bai Xianyang. I'll bet on Bai Xianyang too. Many people went to place their bets on Bai Xianyang. 1 million taels of silver. I'll bet on Lin Feng, shouted Zhang Qiqi as he took out 1 million taels of silver. Damn, Zhang Qiqi, where did you get so much money? Asked someone. What does it have to do with you? Said Zhang Qiqi. You'll lose a lot of money. Even if you lose a lot of money, you'll have to pay me back. I'm just reminding you out of kindness. You people from Purple Light University are so kind. You're gloating over my misfortune. Zhang Qiqi and the other students from Purple Light University argued for a while, but after registering, they quickly left. In front of the life and death battle arena, many strong cultivators had already gathered. Many of the top students of the inner courtyard were there, waiting for the battle to start. For example, Xiao Yifei and Gong Sunchanga from Long River University, Zi Qianyi and Lu Mubai from Purple Light University, Nailan Feifei and Li Changhao from Luoyue University, Zhao Zishuan and Dong Kuan from Star University. These people were all famous powerhouses in the inner yard. Every single one of them was ranked in the top 20. Look, Bai Xianyang is here, shouted someone. Bai Xianyang strode over in large strides. He was dressed in white and had a slender figure. He was extremely handsome and gave off the aura of an elegant young master. Brother Bai, you're so handsome. Brother Bai, you can do it, shouted many female students. Bai Xianyang was from a good family, and he was handsome and confident. He was quite popular in the inner courtyard, so of course he had some admirers. Bai Xianyang had an enchanting smile on his face. He greeted many people on the way, and then jumped onto the battle arena. Lin Feng is here too, shouted someone from outside. Lin Feng was wearing black clothes. He jumped onto the battle arena as well. 3 months ago, when Lin Feng joined the inner courtyard, he was really amazing. He was extremely talented. But does he think that in 3 months he has the strength to defeat Bai Xianyang? And he dares challenge Bai Xianyang? He's courting death, said Lu Mubai from Purple Light University, shaking his head. I don't think he'd do something so stupid. I don't understand. Why would he do something like that? Said Li Changhao from Luoyue University, shaking his head. He didn't think Lin Feng would win. Maybe he's too arrogant. He thinks he can look down on the elders of the inner courtyard just because he's talented. He doesn't know how to spell the word death. Dong Kuan from the Star Branch curled his lips and said Zi Qianyi from Purple Light University. With Bai Xuanyang's temper, he'll definitely kill him. According to what I know, the higher-ups of the university think highly of Lin Feng. So what if they think highly of him? Even the higher-ups can't interfere in a battle to the death. I know Bai Xuanyang's temperament. Lin Feng won't die so easily. He'll probably be tortured to the point where he'll wish he was dead. Then, in the end, he'll be killed by Bai Xuanyang in a single strike, said Nayland Feifei from Luoyue University. Zhao Zishuan from Star University looked at Xiao Yufei and Gongsun Chang'e. He smiled and said, Senior sister Xiao, junior brother Gongsun, Lin Feng is from Chang'e University. Do you think he'll win this battle? Gongsun Chang'e furrowed his brows slightly, looking rather worried. Xiao Yufei looked at the battle arena and said indifferently, We'll know the results soon enough. The others smiled and didn't say anything else. On the battle arena, Lin Feng and Bai Xuanyang were separated by 10 meters. Everyone was nervously looking at the battle arena. This battle had attracted too much attention. Bai Xuanyang looked at Lin Feng with disdain. Haha, Lin Feng, I thought you wouldn't dare to come. You're much more courageous than I thought. I'll give you a chance today. Kowtow to me 10 times, and then break your own arms. Then I'll spare you. How about it? Bai Xuanyang didn't think much of Lin Feng. He only proposed such a condition to ruthlessly humiliate Lin Feng. Bai Xuanyang is obviously trying to humiliate Lin Feng. I wonder how Lin Feng will react. Lin Feng shouldn't have come to this battle. They're on completely different levels. He'll just be throwing his life away. Lin Feng is probably regretting it now that he's standing on the battle stage. I wonder if he'll agree to Bai Xuanyang's condition. If he really does, he'll lose all his face. It's still better than losing his life, right? Many students were discussing in low voices. You're being too confident. It's hard to say who will win this battle. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and said indifferently. Lin Feng's carefree attitude surprised many people. Facing Bai Xuanyang, who was at the 10th celestial layer, he was still so calm. It was completely out of everyone's expectations. Bai Xuanyang sneered. I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. You dare challenge me? You're overestimating yourself. Today, I'll show you how big the gap between us is. Chapter 31. Bai Xuanyang was a martial artist at the 10th heaven of the complete realm. He didn't take Lin Feng seriously at all, which was why he used such a humiliating method to deal with Lin Feng. The spectating students shook their heads. They didn't think that Lin Feng would win this battle. Although Lin Feng had accepted the challenge, the students of the inner yard thought that the outcome was already decided. How could Lin Feng be a match for Bai Xuanyang? The gap between them was too big. Bai Xuanyang didn't bother to hide the mocking smile on his face, as if he was trying to catch a chicken. In Bai Xuanyang's opinion, defeating Lin Feng was too easy. Humph, Lin Feng sneered. He moved to the left and easily dodged Bai Xuanyang's attack. Then Lin Feng raised his right fist and punched at Bai Xuanyang. Although Lin Feng was still at the 8th heaven of the martial artist realm, Lin Feng's strength had already reached 32,000 pounds due to the Archean dragonesque elephant skill. With his 3 devouring martial souls, he could increase his strength to 96,000 pounds. Of course, the most important thing was that Lin Feng's body was so strong that even Bai Xuanyang couldn't compare to it. Lin Feng's Archean dragonesque elephant skill was said to be able to train the cultivator's body to the level of a primordial divine demon. This showed how terrifying the Archean dragonesque elephant skill was. Lin Feng had already practiced cultivation for half a year. Even though he had only broken through to the 8th chi layer, Lin Feng's physical strength was already comparable to that of a cultivator of the Wu Qi layer. His speed, reaction, and perception were all better than Bai Xuanyang's. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for Lin Feng to dodge Bai Xuanyang's attack. Bai Xuanyang's expression changed slightly when he sensed the power of Lin Feng's punch, when he missed and was counterattacked by Lin Feng. Bai Xuanyang wasn't an idiot. On the contrary, he was a genius. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to join the inner courtyard. Besides, he was quite famous there. Bai Xuanyang knew that Lin Feng wasn't as weak as he had thought. Bai Xuanyang didn't meet Lin Feng's attack head-on. Instead, he quickly retreated and dodged Lin Feng's attack. He bounced back a few times and retreated 5 or 6 meters. He looked coldly at Lin Feng. The killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. The spectating students were shocked. Wasn't Lin Feng supposed to be one-sided with Bai Xuanyang? Why was it that Bai Xuanyang was at a disadvantage in their first clash? Is his really that strong? How Lin Feng's attack would be able to? What's going on? Nayland Feifei of the Fallen Moon branch was shocked. The other top experts of the inner yard were also staring at the battlefield. This battle seemed to be different from what they had imagined. Bai Xuanyang's expression was extremely ugly. He had taken the initiative to attack, but he didn't gain any advantage. Instead, he was forced to retreat by Lin Feng. For the proud and arrogant Bai Xuanyang, this was an absolute humiliation. Bai Xuanyang roared and rushed toward Lin Feng. He threw a punch at Lin Feng. Bai Xuanyang had the strength of the top of the 10th chi layer. He also came from a rich and powerful clan, so he had an incredible amount of cultivation resources. His strength had already reached 65,000 jin, twice as much as Lin Feng's. Bai Xuanyang's attack contained a terrifying strength of 65,000 jin. His body emitted a powerful aura. The students who were closer to the stage paled slightly when they sensed Bai Xuanyang's aura. Strong, too strong. Many students couldn't get close to Bai Xuanyang. They were forced to retreat by Bai Xuanyang's powerful aura. After retreating a dozen meters away from the stage, the oppressive feeling eased a lot. Bai Xuanyang's strength has already reached 65,000 jin. If he breaks through to the martial master realm, his strength will increase tenfold. Won't he be able to reach 650,000 jin? He'll be far stronger than other first sky martial masters. Lu Mu said in surprise, "That guy must have eaten a lot of pills to increase his strength to 65,000 jin. This is enough to crush any martial warrior realm cultivator. Of course, it won't be a problem for him to crush Lin Feng." Zhao Zixuan said. The top experts of the inner yard nodded. They agreed with Zhao Zixuan's point of view. On the side, Xiao Yifei and Gong Sunchanga, the eldest senior sister of the Long River branch, looked a little worried. Seeing Bai Xuanyang's strength, many people thought that Lin Feng was done for. In front of such a powerful Bai Xuanyang, he could only be crushed. Everyone thought that Bai Xuanyang's retreat was due to his carelessness, which allowed Lin Feng to take advantage of him. Once Bai Xuanyang got serious, Lin Feng wouldn't stand a chance. At that moment, Lin Feng moved. Lin Feng activated the archaic dragonesque elephant art. All the strength in his body was channeled by the archaic dragonesque elephant art. The power of the archaic dragonesque elephant circled around his palm. Lin Feng leaped forward and threw a punch at Bai Yifei without fear. "Kid, I'll finish you in 3 punches." Bai Xuanyang had a sinister smile on his face. "I'm afraid you don't have that ability." Lin Feng sneered. He wasn't afraid at all. Bang! Accompanied by an extremely dull collision sound. The entire arena trembled slightly. Lin Feng and Bai Xuanyang clashed. When the two sides collided, Lin Feng felt a terrifying force enter his body through his arm. That force wanted to destroy his life force. This was Bai Xuanyang's powerful energy surging into his body. Archean dragonesque elephant, suppress! Lin Feng sneered as he activated the Archean dragonesque elephant skill. The Archean dragonesque elephant phantom in Lin Feng's dantian roared towards the sky and stomped on the void. All the destructive power that entered Lin Feng's body was instantly neutralized by the Archean dragonesque elephant skill. On the other hand, Bai Xianyang was unable to neutralize the terrifying power of Lin Feng's punch. Everyone watched as Bai Xianyang was sent flying. There was a thump. Bai Xianyang fell to the ground. His hair was disheveled, and he was in a sorry state. How is this possible? This can't be true. My eyes must be playing tricks on me. Countless students couldn't believe their eyes. Bai Xianyang, who was at the peak of the 10th celestial layer, had been sent flying by Lin Feng with a single punch. It was like a scene from a dream. It was hard to believe that it was real. Too powerful. Zhang Qi, who was in the crowd, clenched his fists when he saw that. A moment before, he was worried about Lin Feng and was worried about him. The strongest cultivators of the inner courtyard, such as Lu Mu, Nailan Feifei, Li Changhao, and the others, were all dumbfounded. Obviously, this scene was completely out of their expectations. They had never thought that Lin Feng would be a match for Bai Xianyang, but the result was too unexpected. Good. Junior brother Lin is really good, said Gonga Changa. Gong Sun Changa said excitedly, Not bad, not bad. Junior brother Lin is usually very low-key. I didn't think that he would be so strong. Xiao Yifei also smiled. On the battle stage, Bai Xuanyang's face was hideous. He had never been humiliated like this before. Bai Xianyang wanted to cut Lin Feng into pieces to vent his anger. Little brat, I'll kill you, said Bai Xianyang with a hideous smile. He jumped up and threw a punch at Lin Feng. 5 Mountain Slash. This move, 5 Mountain Slash, was a mid-level mystic class martial art passed down in the Bai family. It was extremely powerful, and when the palm struck out, it was like splitting a mountain. A mid-level mystic class martial art was a powerful martial art that could allow one to challenge those of a higher level. Facing Bai Xuanyang's attack, Lin Feng attacked again. He wrapped his fist in the ancient dragonesque elephant's energy and threw a punch. Even though he didn't use any martial arts, the ancient dragonesque elephant's energy was the noblest kind of energy. Bang! Lin Feng and Bai Xianyang clashed again. Everyone saw that Bai Xianyang had lost control of his body and was blown away like a broken kite. Wah! Bai Xianyang spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. Heavens, Lin Feng is too strong. He made Bai Xianyang spit out blood with one punch. Countless exclamations resounded in the square. Chapter 32. Plop! Bai Xianyang fell to the ground in a sorry state once more. His face was filled with malevolence. He leaped up from the ground and roared furiously, Impossible! This can't be real. I, Bai Xianyang, am a fighter at the complete 10th celestial layer with a strength of 65,000 jin. How can I lose to you? It was hard for Bai Xianyang to accept this. His cultivation was much higher than Lin Feng's. He should have been the main character in this one-sided battle. But now he had become a supporting character in this one-sided battle. Bai Xianyang was also a genius, but he had lost so miserably. Bai Xuanyang's heart was already twisted by the boundless rage and hatred in his heart. Lin Feng is too strong. Bai Xianyang lost this battle. Many people shook their heads. Although they had only exchanged 2 blows in the truest sense of the word, the difference in strength was obvious. Bai Xianyang was almost completely crushed by Lin Feng. Lost? How could I lose? Bai Xuanyang's expression was hideous. Whoosh! There was a flash of light, and a small puppet appeared in Bai Xuanyang's hand. A miniature puppet! Zhao Zishuan was shocked. Not good. Bai Xianyang is going to use a miniature puppet. Lin Feng is in danger. Gong Sun Changa's expression changed. The humanoid puppet was made of special materials. Then, a great formation master would engrave a formation on the miniature puppet, granting it great power. When true qi was poured into the formation on the puppet would be activated. It's a vigor demon god. A vigor demon god that costs 5 million taels of silver each. That's an exorbitant price to buy. Someone cried out in surprise. The miniature puppet in Bai Xuanyang's hand was called a vigor demon god. Once it was activated, it would have 50,000 pounds of strength. A strength of 100,000 gene was enough to crush any cultivator in the martial warrior realm. In addition, the vigor demon god had been refined using a special method, making its body extremely tough. Even if it faced a martial master, it could fight for a long time without being defeated. Bai Xianyang wants to use a vigor demon god? Isn't that too despicable? Some people felt that Bai Xianyang's actions were shameful. However, this did not change Bai Xianyang's determination to use the Herculean demon god to kill Lin Feng. Bai Xianyang poured his primary qi into the runes on the surface of the vigor devil god and activated it. Whoosh! With a flash of light, everyone saw that the vigor demon god in Bai Xianyang's hand had turned into a burly man. This burly man was 2 meters tall, and his body emitted a breathtaking aura. Lin Feng, I'll kill you! Bai Xianyang laughed evilly. After receiving Bai Xianyang's order, the vigor demon god immediately charged towards Lin Feng. Inside the vigor demon god's body, there was an extremely terrifying aura. With the strength of 50,000 kilograms, when he moved his body, the sound of rushing thunder could be heard. Many people turned pale with fright. The demon god of vigor's power was too terrifying. Coupled with his invulnerable body, only martial masters could fight against him. Who could resist the demon god of vigor? Although the vigor demon god of vigor was huge, he was very agile. He rushed over quickly and threw a punch at Lin Feng. Sonic booms could be heard in the air. The vigor demon god of vigor was too strong. Bang! Lin Feng and the vigor demon god of vigor collided. The vigor demon god of vigor's 50,000 kilograms of strength exploded in an instant. The terrifying power quickly rushed into Lin Feng's body, as if it was going to tear Lin Feng's body apart. 50,000 kilograms of strength was indeed too terrifying. The power that rushed into Lin Feng's body was too terrifying. It was enough to destroy anyone's body. However, Lin Feng was not worried. He quickly activated the Archean Dragonesque Elephant art. The Archean Dragonesque Elephant had its head above the sky and its feet on the ground. With a loud roar, gods and demons knelt down. Lin Feng used the Archean Dragonesque Elephant art to dissolve the terrifying power that rushed into his body. Humph! Bai Xianyang snorted when he saw that Lin Feng had dissolved the vigor demon god of vigor's attack. He continued to control the vigor demon god of vigor to attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not choose to fight the vigor demon god of vigor head-on. Instead, he quickly retreated. Break his legs! Bai Xianyang sneered. He controlled the vigor demon god of vigor to attack Lin Feng, chasing after Lin Feng. The vigor demon god of vigor is too strong. Although Lin Feng is strong, he can't resist the vigor demon god of vigor. Many students shook their heads. When Bai Xianyang summoned the vigor demon god of vigor, they had already guessed the result. Lin Feng, you coward! Do you only know how to dodge? Shouted Bai Xianyang furiously when he saw Lin Feng keep dodging. The great strength demon's attacks were dodged by Lin Feng a dozen times, and Bai Xianyang was exasperated. Lin Feng was actually activating his 3 devouring martial spirits. When the 3 devouring martial spirits were activated, Lin Feng's strength could reach a terrifying 96,000 gene. This strength was comparable to that of the vigor demon god of vigor. After dodging more than 10 times, Lin Feng finally activated all 3 devouring martial spirits. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a vast amount of energy exploding in his body. The energy was like surging waves, surging in Lin Feng's body and circulating in his meridians. Roar! The vigor demon god of vigor roared and attacked again. As you wish. Watch how I destroy your vigor, demon god of vigor. Lin Feng sneered. This time he took the initiative to charge at the vigor demon god. He raised his right hand and activated the crushing fist, attacking the vigor demon god of vigor. The crushing fist was an earth-class martial skill and was extremely powerful. Lin Feng's ancient dragonesque elephant strength was one of the most powerful forces in the world. Lin Feng used the ancient dragonesque elephant strength to activate the crushing fist, which could maximize the power of the crushing fist. Seeing that Lin Feng dared to attack, Bai Xianyang sneered, "Boy, you're courting death. I'll fulfill your wish." Is Lin Feng crazy? Many students exclaimed in surprise. In their opinion, even a martial master would not be able to defeat the Vigor Demon God of Vigor without at least 100 rounds. The Vigor Demon God of Vigor's body was too hard. Moreover, Lin Feng, a mere martial warrior, wanted to fight against the Vigor Demon God of Vigor? Wasn't he courting death? What is this guy trying to do? Zi, Qianyi, Lu Mu, and the other top students of the inner yard were also shocked. The Vigor Demon God of Vigor had completely unleashed his strength. His thick arms released 100,000 jin of strength and attacked Lin Feng. Lin Feng is done for. Some of the students immediately cried out in surprise. Some students even turned their heads to look in another direction, afraid to see Lin Feng's blood splattered on the stage. Bang! At that moment, Lin Feng and the Vigor Demon God of Vigor collided. Everybody could see that Lin Feng was standing motionless on the fighting stage. The Vigor Demon God of Vigor, who had 100,000 jin of strength, was sent flying by Lin Feng. No, this is absolutely impossible. Seeing this scene, many people couldn't help but shout in disbelief. What Vigor Demon God? Weak too weak. Now it's my turn to attack. Lin Feng roared and chased after the Vigor Demon God of Vigor. Bang! 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 He threw 3 punches at the Vigor Demon God of Vigor. The Vigor Demon God of Vigor was forced back by Lin Feng. Break! Lin Feng's voice shook the earth and sky. His black hair was messy. He looked like a young war god. He then threw another punch. Crack! The Vigor Demon God of Vigor and Lin Feng's arms were broken. Lin Feng's punch landed on the Vigor Demon God of Vigor's chest. With a loud bang, the Vigor Demon God of Vigor's body exploded into pieces. Chapter 33. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? How is that possible? Countless cries of surprise could be heard. Everyone looked at the handsome young man in the arena in astonishment. The Vigor Demon God had the strength of 100,000 jin, and its body was impenetrable. However, Lin Feng had smashed it to pieces with 4 punches. Shocking. Everyone's heart was deeply shaken. Is this guy a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus Rex? Nayland Feifei said in astonishment. The other top geniuses of the inner yard were also dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with shock. Lin Feng's cultivation seems to be at the 8th celestial layer. How did he destroy the Vigor Demon God when he's only at the 8th celestial layer? It's unbelievable. Zhao Zishuan clicked his tongue in wonder. I don't think I can do that at my current level. Senior Yifei, you should have been able to do that back then, right? The other geniuses of the inner courtyard looked at Xiao Yifei. Xiao Yifei was ranked 3rd in the inner courtyard. Her strength was unfathomable. Xiao Yifei said indifferently, I haven't tried, but Xianyuan Zhan has done it before. He used the Vigor Demon God as a sparring partner. When she mentioned Xianyuan Zhan, the other geniuses of the inner courtyard looked fearful. Xianyuan Zhan was ranked 2nd in the inner courtyard. It wasn't just the students who were shocked. This duel had also attracted the attention of quite a few teachers of the academy, and they had all gathered to spectate the duel. When the teachers saw Lin Feng destroy Bai Xuanyang's Vigor Demon God like a Tyrannosaurus Rex, they were all dumbfounded. Haha! Lin Feng is indeed a peerless genius. It seems like our Long River branch has found a treasure. Some of the teachers of Long River branch laughed. What a pity. Such an outstanding talent has been recruited by Long River branch. The teachers of the other 3 branches shook their heads. They felt that it was a pity. Junior Feng, you're amazing. Zhang shouted excitedly. How can this be? How can this be? How could he become so powerful in such a short period of time? Su Yueshi, who was in the crowd, shook her head repeatedly. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. How she wished that the one who was defeated was Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng displayed his invincible might. If I hadn't betrayed him. Su Yueshi's heart was suddenly filled with a deep sense of regret. How did you destroy my Herculean devil? Bai Xianyang roared in disbelief. The vigor demon god with the strength of 100,000 jin, the invulnerable vigor demon god, was destroyed by Lin Feng with just 4 punches. This was an extremely heavy blow to Bai Xianyang. Bai Xuanyang's face contorted as he felt an unquenchable fire of jealousy towards Lin Feng. Bai Xianyang, is that all you've got? You can only rely on external forces to deal with me? If that's the case, this battle is over. Lin Feng stepped forward. His black hair danced in the wind. He was like a young demonic god, domineering and domineering. Boom! Lin Feng took the initiative to attack Bai Xianyang. Bai Xianyang laughed sinisterly. Lin Feng, don't be too happy. Today, I'll show you how powerful I am. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Xuanyang's dantian emitted a scorching light. Heavens, what's happening? Someone cried out in alarm. Look, it's Bai Xuanyang's dantian. An ocean and a scorching sun have appeared. Is that the ocean rising sun? Many people cried out in astonishment. The ocean rising sun was an extremely rare martial soul. It was rumored that this martial soul was extremely powerful. Once it was unleashed, its power could destroy the heavens and the earth. No one had expected Bai Xianyang to have such a terrifying martial soul. Behind Bai Xianyang, a vast and majestic ocean appeared. A scorching sun rose above the ocean. This was the phenomenon of the ocean rising Sunday. Bai Xianyang stood under the scorching sun. The scorching divine light enveloped him. At this moment, Bai Xianyang was like the son of the sun. Boundless light surrounded him. The ocean rising Sunday. This martial soul is extremely rare. I didn't expect Bai Xianyang to have such a terrifying martial soul. Lu Mu was shocked. This martial soul is extremely famous. Its power must be extraordinary. I wonder if Lin Feng can handle it? Zi Qianyi furrowed her brows. Gong Sun Zhonga said, Junior Feng will be fine. However, everyone present could tell that Gong Sun Zhonga lacked confidence. Lin Feng, my martial soul, is the ocean rising Sunday. The scorching sun in the sky can destroy everything. Let's see how you block this attack of mine. Bai Xuanyang's face was filled with killing intent. He took a step forward. Rumble. The ocean beneath his feet surged with waves that swept the heavens and the earth. The scorching sun above his head crushed the void. 10,000 flames burned the heavens. Suppress! Bai Xianyang roared. He controlled the scorching sun to suppress Lin Feng. Lin Feng was fearless in the face of Bai Xuanyang's violent attacks. He took a step forward and shouted, What ocean, rising sun? Today, I'll use my iron fists to break your ocean, rising Sunday. Lin Feng started walking forwards. With each step he took, his qi became more and more powerful. He took 7 steps in a row. Lin Feng's aura had reached its peak. With a loud roar, he swung his right fist at the scorching sun that was pressing down. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Feng punched 3 times in a row. Each punch was more ferocious than the last. Each punch was more powerful than the last. After the 3 punches, kacha, 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 cracking sounds could be heard. Bai Xuanyang's scorching sun exploded. Heavens! Even Bai Xuanyang's ocean rising sun was destroyed by Lin Feng. Many people cried out in alarm. The ocean rising sun was such a terrifying technique, but it didn't pose any threat to Lin Feng. Everyone was shocked. Wasn't Lin Feng's strength terrifying? Kid, I'll kill you! Bai Xianyang roared. He took out a huge bow and a basket of arrows from his storage ring. He drew the bow and shot. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 7 arrows flew toward Lin Feng. Damn, Bai Xianyang is really unscrupulous. Isn't he too despicable? Many people cursed and looked at Bai Xianyang with disdain. Facing the 7 arrows, Lin Feng didn't care. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He rushed forward. At the same time, Lin Feng activated the archaic dragonesque elephant art. His fists were wrapped in the power of the archaic dragonesque elephant. Clang, 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 Lin Feng's iron fist smashed into the 7 arrows. The 7 arrows were all shattered. In the next moment, Lin Feng was in front of Bai Xianyang. You! Bai Xuanyang's expression changed. He quickly retreated. Lin Feng sneered. It's too late for you to retreat now. Boom! Lin Feng's powerful punch flew toward Bai Xianyang. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out. Lin Feng's punch landed on Bai Xuanyang's chest. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Bai Xuanyang's chest caved in. Uft! Bai Xianyang spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. His blood was mixed with pieces of his organs. Bai Xianyang fell heavily to the ground. He twitched a few times, then stopped moving. Chapter 34. Bai Xianyang is dead. The result of the battle was beyond everyone's expectations. Nobody had thought that Lin Feng would be the one to kill Bai Xianyang. Everybody was astonished and looked at the handsome young man on the battle stage. Lin Feng's rise was unstoppable. Damn it, Xianyang is dead too. That little bastard must die, he must die. In a corner, a dozen people were gathered. Song Songhai was one of them. His eyes were filled with hatred. There were 7 or 8 young people next to Songhai. They were all disciples of the Bai clan who were studying at Jiaolan University. The others were all middle-aged men who were deacons of the Jiaolan University. Lin Feng, I'll cut him into 1,000 pieces. A young master's eyes were filled with killing intent. This person was thin and his eyes were sharp, giving people a feeling of ruthlessness. His name was Bai Ilong, and he was a direct descendant of the Bai clan. He had already broken through to the master level. In the inner courtyard of Jiaolan University, he was ranked in the top 100. All right, Ilong, you'll fight. There won't be any problems. Song Songhai and the others nodded. Junior brother Lin, congratulations on your victory, said Lin Feng. Gong Sun Changge and the others walked over. Sister Xiao, brother Gong Sunday, Lin Feng bowed hand over fist. No need to be so polite. Xiao Yifei nodded. Haha, brother Gong Sun, hurry up and introduce us, said Zhao Zixuan smiling. Zhao Zixuan and the others had a good relationship with Xiao Yifei and Gong Sun Changge, so they had all come to watch the battle. Although the inner courtyard was divided into the 4 great courtyards, many disciples actually had friendly relations with each other. Haha, let's go and celebrate brother Lin's victory. I'll introduce you to him later, said Gong Sun Changge smiling. Lin Feng didn't refuse. It was an opportunity for him to get to know the geniuses of Jiaolan University. It was late at night when Lin Feng returned to his residence. Brother, you're finally back. Haha, look, here's 15 million taels of silver. At first, Zhang excitedly took out a large stack of banknotes. These banknotes were worth 10,000 taels of silver each, and there were a total of 1,500 banknotes. Let's split it 50-50, Lin Feng said with a smile. Haha, there's no need for that. When I bought it for you, I also took out all my money. It's a total of 200,000 silvers, and I bet it all on you, Zhang said with a smile at first. Hearing Zhang Qi's words, Lin Feng did not continue to insist. After pausing for a moment, Zhang Qi continued. This time the people who organized the bet suffered a great loss. Originally, with the odds, they should have been able to earn 10 million taels of silver if you won. But we directly bet 1,200,000 taels of silver on you, so they lost 18 million taels of silver. Adding on the bets of the others, they lost more than 20 million taels of silver. Even after deducting the chips they collected, they still lost more than 10 million taels of silver. Lin Feng said, gambling is inherently risky. I reckon that these people would never have thought that I would win this life and death battle. Zhang Qi said, Junior brother, since we have so much money, why don't we go to the Cultivation Pagoda tomorrow to cultivate? Cultivation Pagoda? Lin Feng was puzzled. This was the first time he had heard of it. The cultivation tower was built by the first head dean himself. He used countless materials to build it. The first head dean also spent 3 years to create a great deployment spell. The cultivation tower can absorb spiritual qi from the earth and the sky. There are 12 floors in total. The higher you go, the more spiritual qi there is. The spiritual qi on the first floor is 10 times that of the outside world. It is said that the spiritual qi on the 12th floor is 60 times that of the outside world. Zhang Qi said, "What? 60 times that of the outside world? Cultivating in the cultivation pagoda. Isn't it like having the help of the gods?" Lin Feng was shocked. Although that's the case, it's not easy to enter the cultivation pagoda because the cultivation pagoda charges a fee, and it's based on the day. The first floor costs 100,000 taels of silver a day, and the 12th floor costs 1,000,000 taels of silver a day. Zhang Qi said. Lin Feng was speechless. The fee was too expensive. Ordinary students simply couldn't afford such an expensive fee. If it was the previous Lin Feng, he wouldn't even be able to afford a single floor of the cultivation pagoda. However, after returning from the desolate jungle, Lin Feng had obtained 1,000,000 taels of silver from Duanmu Feiyang and the Yinyang Cavern. The 1,000,000 taels of silver he had bet on the life and death battle had now become 15,000,000 taels of silver. It was enough for Lin Feng to enter the cultivation pagoda and cultivate for a while. It was good to have money. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. "Let's go tomorrow," Lin Feng said. "All right." Zhang Qi nodded. The next day, Lin Feng and Zhang Qi went to the cultivation pagoda. The cultivation pagoda was located in the depths of the inner courtyard. It was a simple and unadorned huge pagoda, and many students went in and out. Lin Feng and Zhang Qi went to the registration area outside. They needed to exchange their points for a token. The token would record the amount of money they had saved. Lin Feng exchanged his 15,000,000 taels of silver for points, and then entered the cultivation pagoda with Zhang Qi. After entering the cultivation pagoda, Lin Feng felt an abundant energy hovering around his body. This energy almost turned into mist. What a rich spiritual qi! Lin Feng was surprised. This cultivation pagoda was really worthy of being called a cultivation holy land. Brother Feng, do you see those stone rooms? That's where we practice cultivation. We can use our point talismans to open those stone rooms. When we leave, we can open the rooms again, and the deployment spell will automatically deduct points, said Lin Feng. Zhang Qi explained. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. In the hall of the first floor, there were many students wandering around. They were obviously waiting for someone to come out of the stone rooms. Although the spiritual qi in the hall was abundant, no one was cultivating in the hall. This was because if one cultivated outside, it was very easy to be interrupted by others. If one wasn't careful, they would go crazy. It's hard to find a room. Zhang Qi was speechless. Lin Feng and Zhang Qi continued walking. Zhang Qi planned to wait for an opportunity on the 5th floor. The fee was 300,000 taels of silver per day. Zhang Qi could cultivate on the 5th floor for 10 days. Lin Feng went to the 12th floor. The cultivation rooms there cost 1,000,000 taels of silver per day. Lin Feng had enough points to cultivate for 15 days. There were 4 cultivation rooms on the 12th floor. It was the floor with the least number of cultivation rooms. 1,000,000 taels of silver per day was a sky-high price. However, the spiritual qi was 60 times more than the outside world. If one cultivated there, one's cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. Lin Feng waited for 6 hours before someone came out of the cultivation room. After that student left, Lin Feng walked towards the cultivation room. He took out his token and was about to open the door to the cultivation room when a cold voice rang out. "Hold on." Lin Feng stopped and turned around to look at the person who had spoken. It was a 17-year-old young man wearing a black robe. He looked indifferent. "What's the matter?" asked Lin Feng. "I want this cultivation room," said Lin Feng. Said Suzuheo in an unquestionable tone. "I've been waiting here for 3 hours. If you want a cultivation room, you can wait here," said Lin Feng coldly. "I waited here for 3 hours. If you want a cultivation room, you can wait here." Chapter 35. Suzuheo was extremely arrogant. He didn't take Lin Feng seriously at all. Lin Feng's face darkened. Was this guy looking for trouble? "Look, isn't that Suzuheo?" "Huh. Isn't that Lin Feng who got into a fight with Suzuheo?" Lin Feng is in the limelight in the inner courtyard now. I think it's because of the cultivation room. Lin Feng queued up for that room. Suzuheo wanted to take it away from him, but Lin Feng didn't agree. Actually, Suzuheo is just looking for trouble. Suzuheo and the others set up a bet because Lin Feng defeated Bai Xianyang in a life-or-death battle. They lost more than 10 million silvers, so of course they hate Lin Feng. Besides, Suzuheo has a close relationship with the Bai family. One of the disciples who set up the bet was Bai Yilong from the Bai family. Now that he met Lin Feng in the cultivation room, it's not surprising that he wanted to humiliate Lin Feng. Some cultivators whispered among themselves. In front of the cultivation room, Lin Feng looked at Suzuheo coldly. "I don't care who you are. You want to show off in front of me? Then you've come to the wrong place. Let me tell you something. Get out of here and don't jump around in front of me. Otherwise, I don't mind beating you until half your body is paralyzed." Many people were shocked when they heard Lin Feng's powerful voice. They hadn't thought that Lin Feng would treat Suzuheo so harshly. Suzuheo wasn't a simple person. There were 10 great clans in Jialan City: the Bai family, the Xiao family, and the Su family. Suzuheo was far more talented than Bai Xianyang. "Very good, very good, very good." Suzuheo said "very good" 3 times in a row. It was obvious how angry he was. He looked at Lin Feng coldly. "It's been a long time since someone dared to provoke me like this. You're the first. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'll lose face. Guards." "Yes, sir." There were 2 guards by Suzuheo's side. Upon hearing Suzuheo's command, both of them stepped forward. When the 2 guards breathed, the sound of rolling thunder could be heard. Both of their cultivations were at martial artist 10th firmament. "Slap him 10 times. Suzuheo ordered coldly. "Yes, sir." Immediately, a guard stepped out and rushed toward Lin Feng. He raised his right hand and slapped toward Lin Feng. This guard's speed was extremely fast, and he had been immersed in the fighter's 10th heavenly layer for more than a decade. He was not someone a young cultivator like Bai Xianyang could compare with. This slap could be said to be extremely powerful. If it had really landed on his face, Lin Feng's face would have been smashed apart. When facing that attack, Lin Feng's facial expression was ice cold. Whoosh! Lin Feng moved. Lin Feng was even faster. Lin Feng threw a punch at the guard. Lin Feng's punch was a collapsing punch. How powerful was the might of the Earth Tier martial art collapsing fist! As soon as Lin Feng attacked, the guard felt a dangerous aura. His expression changed slightly and he wanted to retreat. Lin Feng didn't give him the opportunity. Lin Feng took a step forwards. Initially, he was going to punch the guard, but now he was going to slap him. Slap! The sound of a slap spread in the air. Everybody saw that the guard of the 10th chi layer had been sent flying by Lin Feng's slap. Puff! In mid-air, blood spurted out of his mouth. His face was swollen, and blood flowed out of his nose and mouth. This Lin Feng is really powerful. Even Suzuheo's guard suffered a loss. The 2 guards protecting Suzuheo are experts at martial artist 10th firmament. Someone said. Many of the onlookers were excited to see this conflict. Suzuheo's face was gloomy. He shouted in a deep voice, "The 2 of you go together and take this kid down. I want to teach him a lesson, personally." Yes. The other 2 guards also moved and surrounded Lin Feng. The two of them cooperated well. One on the left and one on the right, they rushed towards Lin Feng. Tai-in mysterious sky fist. The guard on the left threw a punch. This Tai-in mysterious sky fist was said to be able to condense the power of the moon. It could shatter the hardest basalt with a single punch. Its power was extremely shocking. Violent extreme yang palm. The guard on the right also threw a punch. His fist technique was fierce and violent, and his attacks were endless. The two of them complemented each other well and had a tacit understanding. Two experts besieging. With such seamless cooperation, Lin Feng will probably fall in their hands. Yeah, I think Lin Feng is finished. Many of the students exclaimed. Even though Lin Feng wasn't weak, in front of two cultivators of the 10th celestial layer, Lin Feng's current strength was far from enough to defeat them. The two guards looked cold and detached as they threw punches at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was in such a dangerous situation, so he decided to move. He used the bursting fist and consecutively threw out two punches towards the two guards. Bang bang! Lin Feng and Su Ziheo's two guards collided violently. Everybody could see that Su Ziheo's two guards were blown away like kites with their strings cut. Bursting fist was a terrifying martial art that could allow one to challenge those of a higher realm. Lin Feng immediately crushed the two cultivators' attacks, like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. It was as if he was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Poochie poochie! The two guards spat out mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground. Their bodies were twitching and their faces were pale. They no longer had the strength to fight. Su Ziheo's face was as gloomy as water. His guards had been severely injured by Lin Feng. Naturally, Su Ziheo's face didn't look good. Little brat, I really underestimated you. No wonder you were able to defeat Bai Shenyang. You do have some strength. Su Ziheo sneered and walked towards Lin Feng step by step. Dong, 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 dong. Everyone heard a dull sound resounding between heaven and earth. Many of the students who were watching the show became extremely pale. They felt a pressure on their chests, and it was difficult for them to breathe. Profound level martial art, Baji steps. This is the Su family's top secret technique. Someone shouted in surprise. This secret technique could condense a powerful aura and oppress the enemy. It could defeat the enemy with an invisible force. Lin Feng also felt a terrifying force pressing down on him. It was as if an ancient mountain was pressing down on him. Little brat, how dare you be so arrogant in front of me, Su Ziheo? Although I, Su Ziheo, am still at the 10th heavenly layer, my strength has already reached 120,000 jin. Even 10 by Xianyang's wouldn't be my match. Today, I'll let you know the consequences of provoking me. Su Ziheo sneered. He used Baji steps to suppress Lin Feng. At the same time, he threw a punch towards Lin Feng. Su Ziheo is going to attack personally. Lin Feng is definitely going to die. Many people shouted in surprise. As students of the inner courtyard, they all knew how terrifying Su Ziheo was. He was ranked in the top 100 of the inner courtyard. Humph! Facing Su Ziheo's attack, Lin Feng groaned coldly. He used the ancient dragonesque elephant incantation to break through Su Ziheo's Baji steps. Then, Lin Feng also stepped forwards. His 3 devouring martial spirits revolved and a force of 96,000 jin exploded. At the same time, Lin Feng used his earth-level exploding fist and threw a punch towards Su Ziheo. Bang! Chapter 36. How is this possible? This can't be real. Su Ziheo has a strength of 120,000 kilograms. How could he be defeated in one move? Many students cried out in disbelief, finding it hard to believe what they had just seen. Among the inner courtyard disciples, although Su Ziheo had yet to enter the martial master realm, his strength was definitely at the top of the martial master realm. But now, in front of Lin Feng, he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Su Ziheo must have been careless. Some students said so. Many people nodded. They didn't believe, or were unwilling to believe, that Lin Feng had the strength to instantly kill Su Zihao. After all, Lin Feng had only joined the academy for less than half a year. In such a short period of time, he had the strength to instantly kill Su Zihao. These old students also felt ashamed. Had they been wasting their time all these years? They weren't even as good as a new student. Ah, brat, you're courting death, you're courting death. Su Zihao roared angrily. He was born into a large family and had always been a figure who was surrounded by stars. When had he ever been trampled under someone's foot? But today he, Su Zihao, the young master of the Su family, was actually trampled under someone's foot in front of so many people. To Su Zihao, this was unacceptable. Su Zihao felt an unprecedented humiliation, and his eyes turned red. He looked at Lin Feng with resentment and cursed loudly, "Brat, you're dead. I promise you're dead this time. I'll make you die a horrible death. I'll make you regret going against me. Su Zihao. You actually dare to threaten me after falling into my hands? You're quite bold." Lin Feng looked at Su Zihao coldly and grabbed him by the neck. Su Zihao looked like a little chick. "Brat, you better let me go now. Otherwise, I'll make you regret being born into this world." Su Zihao laughed sinisterly. "Pah!" However, the response to Su Zihao was a resounding slap. Lin Feng's slap landed fiercely on Su Zihao's face. Su Zihao was slapped silly. He never thought that Lin Feng would actually dare to slap him. As for the students who were watching the show, they were all dumbfounded. Originally, these students thought that since things had escalated to this extent, Lin Feng would also find a way out for Su Zihao so that they wouldn't become mortal enemies. But now everyone knew that they were gravely mistaken. No one would have thought that Lin Feng would actually dare to slap Su Zihao like this. He showed no mercy at all. "You dare to slap me?" Su Zihao roared with all his might. "How dare you act so arrogantly after falling into my hands? Who else should I slap if not you?" Lin Feng looked at Su Zihao coldly. "Do you think I don't know who you are? So what if he was the young master of the Su family? If you piss me off, I'll still whip you." Fine. Brat, just you wait. I'll make you regret the stupid decision you made today." Su Zihao's face was filled with a sinister expression. "Is that so?" Lin Feng sneered. "Su Zihao, according to the school's rules, I can't kill you. But I won't let you off so easily either. Otherwise, any random cat or dog would dare to jump in front of me. Slap yourself 10 times now, and I'll let you off. Otherwise, I'll let you know how powerful this young master is." What? Su Zihao roared like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Brat, who do you think you are? You dare to make me slap myself 10 times? You offended me, and your death is near. How dare you threaten me? Su Zihao, I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it." Lin Feng sneered and directly slapped Su Zihao. Slap, slap, slap. Slap after slap. Both sides of Su Zihao's face were ruthlessly slapped. Su Zihao's face was swollen from all the slaps. "Ah, brat, you dare to slap me? You're courting death, you're courting death. I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death." Su Zihao cursed viciously. Lin Feng sneered. Su Zihao cursed even more. Lin Feng slapped even harder. After a few dozen slaps, Su Zihao's face was about to be smashed by Lin Feng. Many students' mouths twitched violently at the sight of this. This guy was too ruthless. This was the impression many students had of Lin Feng. He even dared to treat a disciple from a big family like Su Zihao like this. It had to be said that Lin Feng's audacity had won the admiration of many students. There were also many students who were excited to see Su Zihao being beaten half to death by Lin Feng. Su Zihao and the other disciples of big families relied on their status as members of the top 10 families of Jialan City to act arrogantly in the school. Therefore, they were unpopular in Jialan Academy. Many people were elated to see Su Zihao being beaten half to death. Lin Feng had done what everyone wanted to do, but didn't dare to. Spare me, I was wrong. Su Zihao begged. His previous toughness and viciousness had disappeared. At this moment, there was only deep fear and unease. His whole body was trembling. He looked at Lin Feng with hatred and fear. Didn't you just threaten to make me suffer a fate worse than death? Now you've become a coward? Lin Feng looked coldly at Su Zihao. It's my fault, please let me go. Su Zihao begged. What a good-for-nothing. How many slaps did you get and you're already begging for mercy? Remember, don't jump around in front of me in the future. Otherwise, I won't forgive you. Scram! Lin Feng threw Su Zihao out. With a plop, Su Zihao fell to the ground in a sorry state. Lin Feng didn't look at Su Zihao anymore. He turned around and entered the cultivation room. Lin Feng, I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. Su Zihao cursed venomously. In the cultivation room, the furnishings were simple. There was only a stone bed. However, the spiritual energy in the cultivation room was incomparably abundant, reaching a shocking 60 times. As expected of a cultivation room that cost 1,000,000 gold coins a day, Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the stone bed. He circulated the ancient dragonesque elephant art and began to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Streams of spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged into Lin Feng's body. Under the transformation of the ancient dragonesque elephant art, it turned into a powerful ancient dragonesque elephant power, nourishing Lin Feng's body. Time passed quickly. Cultivation was without time. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In this half a month, Lin Feng had been cultivating in the stone room. After half a month of closed-door cultivation, Lin Feng's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Boom! A force that could topple mountains and overturn seas erupted from his body. The power in Lin Feng's body had undergone an earth-shattering change. His physical strength had increased crazily from 32,000 jin to 64,000 jin. When the three devouring martial spirits revolved, Lin Feng's strength had reached 192,000 jin. Lin Feng's cultivation had also successfully broken through to the martial artist, level 9. After half a month of cultivation, I finally broke through. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. In half a month, Lin Feng had used up all of his savings, but he had also gained a lot of money from his trip. He walked out of the cultivation room and went outside. In the cultivation tower, students were going in and out. Just as Lin Feng walked out of the cultivation tower, someone shouted, "That kid is out!" He's finally out. In the distance, Su Zihao looked at Lin Feng with resentment. Then he turned his head and looked at the young man beside him. The young man was wearing white clothes and his face was like jade. He was extremely handsome. He was obviously standing beside Su Zihao, but no one could hear his breathing. His breathing had returned to its original state. This meant that the young man's cultivation was already half a step into the martial master realm. That guy is Lin Feng, Su Zihao said. Very good. He's finally shown himself. Let's go and meet this kid. I want to see if he has 3 heads and 6 arms. The young man in white had a cold smile on his face. Chapter 37. Bai Xianyang was a martial artist at the 10th level of the complete realm. He didn't take Lin Feng seriously at all, which was why he used such a humiliating method to deal with Lin Feng. The spectating students shook their heads. They didn't think that Lin Feng would win this battle. Although Lin Feng had accepted the challenge, the students of the inner yard thought that the outcome was already decided. How could Lin Feng be a match for Bai Xianyang? The gap between them was too big. Bai Xianyang didn't bother to hide the mocking smile on his face. It was as if he was catching a chicken. In Bai Xianyang's opinion, defeating Lin Feng was too easy. Humph, Lin Feng sneered. He moved to the left and easily dodged Bai Xianyang's attack. Then Lin Feng raised his right fist and punched at Bai Xianyang. Although Lin Feng was still at the 8th level of the martial artist realm, Lin Feng's strength had already reached 32,000 pounds because of the Archean dragonesque elephant skill. With his 3 devouring martial souls, he could increase his strength by 96,000 pounds. Of course, the most important thing was that Lin Feng's physical body was so strong that even Bai Xianyang couldn't compare to it. Lin Feng's Archean dragonesque elephant skill was said to be able to temper the cultivator's physical body to that of a primordial fiend god. This showed how terrifying the Archean dragonesque elephant skill was. Lin Feng had already practiced cultivation for half a year. Even though he had only broken through to the 8th chi layer, Lin Feng's physical strength was already comparable to that of a cultivator of the Wu Qi layer. His speed, reaction, and perception were all better than Bai Xuanyang's. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for Lin Feng to dodge Bai Xuanyang's attack. Bai Xuanyang's expression changed slightly when he sensed the power of Lin Feng's punch, when he missed and was counterattacked by Lin Feng. Bai Xianyang wasn't an idiot. On the contrary, he was a genius. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to join the inner courtyard. Besides, he was quite famous there. Bai Xianyang knew that Lin Feng wasn't as weak as he had thought. When Bai Xianyang saw Lin Feng's attack, he didn't try to attack him directly. Instead, he quickly moved backwards and dodged Lin Feng's attack. Bai Xianyang moved back 5 or 6 meters and looked at Lin Feng coldly. His eyes were filled with murder. The spectators were astonished. Wasn't Lin Feng supposed to be crushed by Bai Xianyang? How come Bai Xianyang was at a disadvantage in their first clash? Was Lin Feng really that Lin Feng was so strong, could defeat Bai Xianyang? What's going on? Nayland Fei of the Fallen Moon branch was shocked. The other top experts of the inner yard were also staring at the battlefield. This battle seemed to be different from what they had imagined. Bai Xuanyang's expression was extremely ugly. He had taken the initiative to attack, but he didn't gain any advantage. Instead, he was forced to retreat by Lin Feng. For the proud and arrogant Bai Xianyang, this was an absolute humiliation. Bai Xianyang roared and dashed toward Lin Feng. He threw a punch at Lin Feng. Bai Xianyang had the strength of the top of the 10th chi layer. He also came from a rich and powerful clan, so he had an incredible amount of cultivation resources. His strength had already reached 65,000 jin, twice as much as Lin Feng's. Bai Xuanyang's punch contained a terrifying strength of 65,000 jin. His body emitted a powerful aura. The faces of the students who were closer to the stage paled when they sensed Bai Xuanyang's aura. Strong, too strong. Many students couldn't get close to Bai Xianyang. They were forced to retreat by Bai Xuanyang's powerful aura. After retreating a dozen meters away from the stage, the oppressive feeling lessened a lot. Bai Xuanyang's strength has already reached 65,000 jin. It's really not simple. If he breaks through to the martial master realm, his strength will increase tenfold. Won't he be able to reach 650,000 jin? He'll be far stronger than other first firmament martial masters. Lu Mubai said in surprise, "This guy must have eaten a lot of pills to increase his strength to 65,000 jin. This is enough to crush any martial warrior realm cultivator. Of course, it won't be a problem for him to crush Lin Feng." Zhao Zishuan said. The top experts of the inner yard nodded. They agreed with Zhao Zishuan's point of view. On the side, Xiao Yifei and Gong Sunchanga, the eldest senior sister of the Long River branch, looked a little worried. When the crowd saw how strong Bai Xianyang was, they were convinced that Lin Feng was going to die. Bai Xianyang was so strong that he could crush Lin Feng easily. Bai Xuanyang's retreat just now was seen as Bai Xuanyang's carelessness, which allowed Lin Feng to take advantage of it. Once Bai Xianyang got serious, Lin Feng wouldn't have any chance. At this moment, Lin Feng moved. Lin Feng activated the archaic dragonesque elephant art. All the strength in his body was activated by the archaic dragonesque elephant art. Collapsing fist, the first move, mountain and river collapse. Lin Feng jumped out and flew toward Bai Yifei, throwing out a punch without fear. Collapsing Fist had a total of 7 moves. Mountain and River Collapse was the first move, although it was only the first move. However, its power was extremely terrifying. It was said that when the Mountain and River Collapse was cultivated to its peak, one punch could shatter a 10,000-meter tall mountain. "Kid, I'll finish you off in 3 punches." Bai Xianyang had a sinister smile on his face. "I'm afraid you don't have that ability." Lin Feng smiled coldly. He wasn't afraid at all. Bang! There was a dull sound of collision, and the entire arena shook slightly. Lin Feng and Bai Xianyang collided. When the two of them collided, Lin Feng felt a terrifying strength enter his body through his arm. That strength wanted to destroy his life force. It was Bai Xianyang's powerful strength entering his body. Archaic dragonesque elephant art, suppress! Lin Feng smiled coldly and activated the archaic dragonesque elephant art. The archaic dragonesque elephant condensed in Lin Feng's dantian, facing the sky and roaring. All the destructive strength entering Lin Feng's body was instantly neutralized by the archaic dragonesque elephant art. On the other hand, Bai Xianyang couldn't neutralize the terrifying strength of Lin Feng's punch. Everyone saw Bai Xianyang fly away like a kite with a broken string. There was a thump. Bai Xianyang fell to the ground, his hair disheveled. He looked extremely miserable. How is this possible? This can't be real. My eyes must be playing tricks on me. Many students couldn't believe their eyes. Bai Xianyang, who was at the peak of the 10th celestial layer, had been sent flying by Lin Feng with a single punch. This was like a scene that would only appear in a dream. It was hard to believe that this was real. Too strong. Zhang Qi, who was in the crowd, clenched his fists when he saw that. A moment before, he was worried about Lin Feng and was worried about him. What? The strongest cultivators of the inner courtyard, such as Lu Mubai, Nailan Feifei, Li Changhao, and the others, were all dumbstruck. Obviously, this scene was completely out of their expectations. They hadn't thought that Lin Feng would be able to defeat Bai Xianyang, but the result was beyond their expectations. Good. Junior brother Lin really hid his strength well, Gong Sun Changa said excitedly. Not bad, not bad. Junior brother Lin has always been low-key. I didn't think he would be so strong. Xiao Yifei also smiled. On the battle stage, Bai Xianyang's face was hideous. He had never been humiliated like this before. Bai Xianyang wanted to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces to vent his anger. Little boy, I'll kill you. Bai Xianyang laughed evilly. He jumped up and threw a punch at Lin Feng. 5 Mountain Slash. The 5 Mountain Slash was a medium-level mystic-level skill passed down in the Bai clan. It was extremely powerful. It was a medium-level, mystic-level skill. It was a powerful skill that could allow a cultivator to challenge someone of a higher cultivation level. Collapsing Fist, second form, falling sky and earth. Facing Bai Xianyang's attack, Lin Feng attacked again. His Collapsing Fist was even more powerful than before. An earth-level skill was a powerful skill that could allow a cultivator of a higher cultivation level to challenge someone of a higher cultivation level. Even in the Tianmu continent, earth-level skills were extremely rare. Lin Feng used the ancient dragonesque elephant incantation. The strength in his body surged into his right hand like a flood. He exploded again and collided with Bai Xianyang's 5 Mountain Slash. Bang! A dull sound of collision rang out. Everyone saw that Bai Xianyang had lost control of his body and was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. Arg! Bai Xianyang coughed up a mouthful of blood. Heavens! Lin Feng is terrifying. He made Bai Xianyang cough up blood with one punch. Countless exclamations resounded in the square. Chapter 38. Isn't Lin Feng too strong? He defeated Situ Lei in one move. Exclamations rang out one after another. Every single student was looking at Lin Feng with astonishment in their eyes. Situ Lei's invincible legend had been broken by Lin Feng just like that. and Lin Feng had only used one move. This made everyone feel a sense of disbelief. This is impossible. Situ Lei roared. He couldn't believe it. Bang! Lin Feng walked toward Situ Lei and put his foot on him. What kind of Tom, Dick, and Harry dare to run in front of me? Get lost! As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng kicked Situ Lei away. Situ Lei's pride was crushed in an instant. Uft! Situ Lei couldn't bear the humiliation. He spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood and fainted on the spot. The crowd parted as they watched Lin Feng leave. Jialan Academy was also a place where the strong were respected. Reverence for the strong was common in every corner of the world. Time passed day by day. Lin Feng cultivated diligently every day. When he wasn't cultivating, he would go to the lecture hall to listen to the elders of Changhe branch. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng had been in the inner courtyard for almost half a year. Lin Feng went to the Sutra depository again. This time, Lin Feng had come to the ancient scriptures pavilion to give the scorching sun sword technique back to them. Disciples could only keep the martial arts of the Sutra depository for half a year. After that, they had to return the manual. You're here again. I know you. I know you. As soon as he entered the Sutra depository, a sharp cry came from the strange bird raised by Elder Tianxian. Where's the elder? Lin Feng asked. Someone is looking for Fatso. Someone is looking for Fatso. The strange bird cried out. Damned bird, I'm going to kill you tonight and make you into a stew. Elder Tianxian's indignant voice came from the Sutra depository pavilion. I don't. You're scaring me, scaring me. The strange bird shrieked as it lay on the ground, covering its eyes with its wings. Lin Feng clicked his tongue in wonder. This strange bird had truly become a spirit. So it's you, kid. Elder Tianxian walked out and was very happy to see Lin Feng. Senior, I'm here to return the manual. Lin Feng took out the scroll that recorded the fiery sun swordsmanship and handed it to Elder Tianxian. Elder Tianxian took the scroll and looked at Lin Feng, narrowing his eyes. You took that incomplete sword skill for half a year, and now you're giving it back. How's your practice going? Disciple has comprehended something. Lin Feng said. Come out. I'll test your sword technique and see if you've gone astray. Elder Tianxian said. Thank you for your guidance, Elder. Lin Feng and Elder Tianxian arrived at the front yard of the Sutra depository pavilion. The strange bird also ran out and cried out, a fight! Great, let's watch the show. Shut up, damn bird. Elder Tianxian glared at the strange bird. I'll shut up, I'll shut up. The strange bird cried out. It had no intention of shutting up. Elder Tianxian casually threw the sole of his shoe at the strange bird's head. Ah, it stinks. The strange bird looked like it was about to faint from the stench. Elder Tianxian couldn't be bothered with the strange bird. He looked at Lin Feng and said, Kid, attack me with all your strength. Be careful, senior. Lin Feng reminded him and then grasped his sword. Swoosh! Lin Feng used his strongest attack. The sun rose into the sky. The divine sword was unsheathed. Lin Feng was enveloped by the sun's divine light. He became one with his sword, and his speed was extremely fast. The sword stabbed towards Elder Tianxian. What? Elder Tianxian was shocked. He was experienced and knowledgeable, so he could tell at a glance that Lin Feng's sword technique was terrifying. This was what truly moved him. The fiery sun sword technique was an incomplete sword technique. Although it could be cultivated because it was incomplete, many people forced themselves to cultivate the fiery sun sword technique. In the end, they couldn't suppress the sword chi in their body and were killed by the sword chi. But now, Lin Feng had not only performed the complete fiery sun sword technique, but also made Elder Tianxian feel a sharp sword intent contained in it. What a powerful attack! Elder Tianxian was shocked. Lin Feng's sword stabbed towards him. At that moment, Elder Tianxian moved. He stretched out his right hand and flicked it lightly. Clang! Elder Tianxian flicked Lin Feng's long sword, causing Lin Feng to retreat. Lin Feng was shocked. Elder Tianxian was so powerful. With a flick of his finger, he was sent flying. Moreover, it was obvious that Elder Tianxian's attack was just a casual attack. Thank you for showing mercy, Senior. Lin Feng withdrew his sword and cupped his fists. Elder Tianxian said, Your sword technique is not bad. This sword technique can once again bloom in your hands, which is something worth celebrating. In the future, you must work hard and not slack off. This junior will remember Elder's teachings and will definitely not slack off on his cultivation. Lin Feng said solemnly. The heavens gave Lin Feng a chance to start over. Lin Feng knew how precious this opportunity was, so he didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. Cultivation was like sailing against the current. If you didn't advance, you would fall behind. All right, you can go. Elder Tianxian nodded. This junior will take his leave. For the next half a month, Lin Feng practiced the fiery sun sword technique diligently. He wanted to reach the pinnacle of this sword technique. That afternoon, the sound of a bell suddenly rang throughout Jiaolon Academy. Dong! The bell rang continuously, echoing in the sky above Jiaolon Academy. The bell has rung 9 times. Something big is happening. The whole Jiaolon Academy was in a state of shock. What's going on? Lin Feng was also very confused. I'll go and ask around. Zhang Qi went out to ask around. An hour later, Zhang Qi came back with shocking news. Within the borders of Zhenwu country, demons were causing chaos. They were killing and pillaging. It was extremely cruel. The imperial family of Zhenwu country had summoned all the cities, mercenary groups, and the 10 great academies of Zhenwu country to join forces and suppress the demons. Since the founding of Zhenwu country, there have never been any demons in our country. Now that they are causing chaos, I'm afraid something big is about to happen. Zhang Qi was worried. Demons were divided into the demon clan and the demon clan. The demon clan was cunning, while the demon clan was cruel. In the past, there had been a great war that swept across the entire Tianwu continent. It was called the Chaos of the Middle Ages. It was an alliance of demons and demons that wreaked havoc on the Tianwu continent, causing great suffering. However, after the chaos of the Middle Ages was quelled, the forces of the demons shrank. They rarely came out to wreak havoc, and even if they did appear, they would be quickly dealt with. Zhenwu country had been established for 3,000 years, and there had never been any demons. Now that the demons were causing chaos in Zhenwu country, it was said that the situation in many places was not optimistic. Chapter 39. The evil demons attacked very suddenly. In a very short period of time, they occupied many cities in Zhenwu. Some cities have already turned into death zones. Apart from those who managed to escape, the others have all been brutally killed by the evil demons, said Lin Feng. Zhang said it first. Lin Feng looked gloomy. He ground his teeth and said, These demons are really abominable. During the Middle Ages, we didn't exterminate them. We were already merciful. But these demons still want to cause trouble and kill people. They really deserve to die. After pausing for a few seconds, Lin Feng said, Which group do these beasts belong to? Lin Feng asked because there were many different branches of the evil demon sect. Most of the demons lived in the dark and damp underground world. As for the demons, they were divided into 108 regions where they lived. Every place where the demon clan lived was filled with experts. Some of these regions were located in the overseas world, while others were located in the Tian clan's continent. I heard that this time the Blood Demon Emperor and the Raging Flame Demon King's subordinates worked together to wreak havoc in the East County. Zhenwu country is only one of the countries affected. I heard that the situation in the surrounding countries is even worse. The demons wreaking havoc in Zhanxian country directly threaten the country's capital. Zhang said first. What does the college plan to do now? Asked Lin Feng. The college plans to follow the orders of the imperial family of Zhen Wu country. We'll gather our forces and besiege the demons who invaded Zhen Wu country. We'll drive them all out of Zhen Wu country and restore Zhen Wu country to its former glory. Zhang said it first. Every man is responsible for the rise and fall of a country. I'm willing to use my Qing Feng sword to drink the blood of these demons. Lin Feng's eyes were cold. Brother, I'm also planning to do the same. I heard that the college is giving out rewards for killing demons. Killing an ordinary demon will give you 1,000 points. Killing 10 commander-level demons will give you 10,000 points. Killing 100 commander-level demons will give you 100,000 points. Killing 1,000 commander-level demons will give you 1,000,000 points. If you can kill 10,000 commander-level demons, you'll get 10 million points. Zhang said it first. The students of Jialan College could use their points to enter the Cultivation Pagoda. Therefore, when the college announced the rewards, it caused a huge uproar. The academy really put in a lot of effort. Lin Feng nodded. Now that Lin Feng was poor, he could take advantage of this hunt to accumulate points. In the future, he could enter the Cultivation Pagoda to cultivate in seclusion. Zhang Qi said, Junior brother, I'll go find a few of my fellow disciples. Let's go out together so we can take care of each other. All right. Lin Feng nodded. The next day, Zhang Qi arrived with his 5 fellow disciples. These 5 people were all students of Changhe Branch Academy and had a close relationship with Zhang Shirley. Because Lin Feng lived with Zhang Shirley, he was also very familiar with them. The handsome student in purple was called Wang Xianming. The slightly plump student was called Zhang Muji. The skinny student was called Li Kuan. The short student was nicknamed Mouse. Her real name was Ouyang Li. The student with a medium build was called Su Zimo. They had originally planned to go out and hunt demons, so they were very excited to be able to go out with Lin Feng. That afternoon, Lin Feng's group of 5 left Jialan Academy on a warhorse each. In the desolate forest, a large group of people stopped not far from a lake. This lake was where Serpent Wing lived in seclusion. It was also here that Lin Feng killed the young commander of the Heavenly Wolf mercenary group, Duanmu Feiyang. The most eye-catching thing about this large group was that there was actually a group of 100 cavalrymen in this group. These cavalrymen were not riding war horses, but giant wolves. These giant wolves were usually 2 meters long and 1.5 meters tall. They were huge and extremely ferocious. These were all heavenly wolves. They were a type of demon wolf in the wilderness. The middle-aged man in the lead was riding a demon wolf that was even larger. It was 5 meters long and 3 meters tall, and it was extremely ferocious. This person was the commander of the Heavenly Wolf mercenary group, Duanmu Tianlang. Duanmu Tianlang had subdued a small demon wolf tribe and formed the Demon Wolf Guards. Since then, the Heavenly Wolf mercenary group had become famous. Did Feiyang die here? Duanmu Tianlang asked coldly. Sir, the young commander did die here. A mercenary replied. Have you found out who did it? Duanmu Tianlang's eyes were filled with killing intent. Commander, we have already found some clues. Give us some time, and we will definitely find out who the murderer is. The mercenary replied. Good, quickly find out who it is. I will crush his bones and scatter his ashes to avenge my son. Duanmu Tianlang roared and waved the blood-red saber in his hand. Swoosh! A dazzling saber light flashed. In the distance, a 3,000-meter-tall mountain was cut in half by Duanmu Tianlang's saber chi. There was a rumbling sound. The mountain collapsed with a loud bang. Go, go, go! In the forest, Lin Feng and the others were riding war horses at high speed. They were rushing to the battlefield at full speed. When they passed by a small town, the town had already become a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Demons were wreaking havoc, and countless people had died tragically. As for the hundreds of mercenaries, they were fighting against the fiendish demons. It's the Kuang Long mercenary group. I heard that the commander of the Kuang Long mercenary group used to be a general, but because he committed a grave mistake, he was almost beheaded. However, the emperor spared his life and demoted him to a commoner. Later on, he formed the Kuang Long mercenary group. These mercenaries usually put benefits above everything else. Who would have thought that they would risk their lives to hunt demons? Su Zimo said in surprise. Zhang Qi continued. After all, their commander used to be a soldier and has a patriotic heart. Let's go and help them kill demons. Lin Feng nodded and said, Let's go and kill these demons. The 7 of them rode their war horses into the town and fought against the demons. A large number of demons were killed. Haha, so you are students from Jiaolan Academy. You must be careful. These demons are not easy to deal with. A mercenary leader shouted. Don't worry, we will be careful. Lin Feng and the others replied. The 7 of them rode their war horses and charged forward with great force. The demons that rushed forward were all killed. Roar! A roar was heard, and a demon commander looked coldly at Lin Feng and the others. The fiendish demon commander waved its enormous claws, and instantly, dozens of Azura demons covered in dense scales charged forward. These Azura demons had fierce faces and sharp claws. They used their sharp claws to claw at Lin Feng and the others. Kill! Lin Feng and the others shouted and fought against the dozens of Azura demons. However, they soon fell into a bitter battle. These Azura demons had amazing defense, and it was extremely difficult to kill them. Puft, puft, puft. Ripping sounds were heard. The war horses that Lin Feng and the others were sitting on were pierced by the Azura demons and died tragically under their sharp claws. The dozens of Azura demons surrounded Lin Feng and the others. They were all injured by the sharp claws of these Azura demons. Their faces turned pale. Now, they finally understood the power of these fiendish demons. Although these demons did not know martial arts, their bodies were strong and they were fast. Moreover, there were too many of them. Once they were surrounded, the cultivators would be in danger. Kill these humans and suck their blood dry. An Azura demon roared, and the dozens of Azura demons attacked in a frenzy. Zhang Chengyi, Su Zimo, Wang Xianming, and the others were all pale. What powerful Azura demons! Retreat, I'll kill them! Lin Feng shouted. Everyone was shocked and quickly retreated a few meters. Rising Sun! Lin Feng roared and used the blazing sun sword technique to the extreme. Suddenly, a blazing sun slowly rose into the sky. Although the blazing sun sword technique consumed a lot of energy, its power was terrifying. The blazing sun rose into the sky, and a blinding light shot out. Ah, my eyes! The Azura demons could not help but scream. The blinding light made them unable to open their eyes. Uft! Ripping sounds were heard. The light dissipated, and the Azura demons fell into a pool of blood. The dozens of Azura demons were all dead. Chapter 40. This little brother is really powerful. Cries of surprise came from afar. Clearly, the Mad Dragon Mercenary Group's mercenaries had also seen the scene of Lin Feng killing the Azura demon. They were all shocked, amazed, and impressed. Lin Feng roared, I really don't dare. I already used all my strength in that attack. Although he was modest, Lin Feng had already charged towards the other demons with his sword in hand. Su Zimo and the rest came back to their senses and quickly charged over. After a fierce battle, the fiendish demons were defeated and forced to flee. Haha, how carefree. I'm Fan Wei. How should I address you? The leader of the mercenaries cupped his fists and asked straightforwardly. Lin Feng. So it's Brother Lin. I really want to have a good drink with a young hero like Brother Lin, but the demons are wreaking havoc. Now, that time is tight. I can only look forward to our next gathering. Fan Wei said regretfully. If we meet again, we will definitely drink to our heart's content. Lin Feng cupped his fists as well. Let's go. Fan Wei and the rest did not stay for long and quickly left. Lin Feng, and the rest did not stay for long either. Now that the war horses have been killed, our walking speed is too slow. On the way, Lin Feng frowned slightly and said, Su Zimo said, there's a small town 100 miles from here. We can go there and buy a few war horses. All right, I'll have to trouble brother Su to lead the way. Lin Feng nodded. The 7 of them set off towards the small town that Su Zimo mentioned. The land of Zhen Wu country was very vast. It spanned 300,000 kilometers from east to west and 700,000 kilometers from north to south. It was vast and rich in resources, but it was sparsely populated. Usually, one would not necessarily see a small town after walking for a few days. The next day, Lin Feng and the rest finally arrived at the small town that Su Zimo mentioned. When they arrived, they saw that the town was shrouded in a bloody light. Their expressions changed slightly. Lin Feng shouted in a low voice, I'm afraid that there are demons causing trouble in the town. Let's take action. Whoosh! The 7 of them quickly rushed towards the small town. When they entered, they saw that the entire town had turned into a bloody land. Corpses lay on the ground one after another. They had all been sucked dry. There were even carcasses of livestock. These demons, humans, and beasts were not spared. Ah! Screams could be heard from the depths of the town. Lin Feng and the rest quickly rushed over and saw more than 100 demons surrounding a manor. The surrounding environment of this small town was not bad. Some of the big families in the surrounding cities would often build their mansions in such places. If their clansmen were to pass by or go hunting in the mountains, they could rest in such places. The mansion this time was quite luxurious and grand. It was very likely that it was built by some big family in the city. Dozens of guards were defending against the encirclement of the demons, but they were constantly being killed. The situation was dire. There are still people alive. Brothers, be careful when you attack. Don't let these beasts hurt you. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome. Lin Feng said in a deep voice, Don't worry, we'll take care of ourselves. Zhang and the others nodded at first. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 7 of them quickly rushed towards the hundreds of demons. Lin Feng took the lead. Zhang, Su Zimo, and Wang Xianming formed a group. Zhang, Li Kuan, and Ouyang Li formed a group. The 3 of them formed a triangle, attacking and defending each other. They were able to take care of each other. This was a joint attack passed down from Chungha Branch College. It was called the humanoid sword formation. The 3 of them formed a triangle, which was how the formation got its name. There are still human cultivators behind us. Their blood is so strong. Kill them and drink their blood, an earth demon said hoarsely. Swish! After that, 40 to 50 Azuras, earthen demons, minotaurs, and so on threw themselves at Lin Feng and the others. Madam, they're from Jialan Academy, a sharp-eyed guard said. He recognized Lin Feng and the others' clothes. A beautiful woman hiding in the room said, Everyone, the experts from Jialan Academy are here. If we hold on a little longer, we'll definitely be able to escape. Her voice was soft and gentle. It was very pleasant to the ears. Her figure was voluptuous, and her face was exquisite. She was definitely a rare beauty. Beside her was a young girl around 15 or 16 years old. She wore a light yellow dress and was tall and beautiful. Mother, are we going to be saved? The young girl's pale face regained some color. She was pleasantly surprised. The woman nodded and said, Don't be afraid, Donger. The students from Jialan Academy are here. We'll be saved. The guard's morale was also greatly boosted. Despicable little human, will suck your blood and flesh dry, said a dozen beasts, throwing themselves at Lin Feng. Scorching sun, sword technique, divine sword unsheathed. Lin Feng's expression was cold as he unsheathed his sword. The scorching sun rose into the sky. Ah, my eyes! When the blinding light shone on them, the evil demons roared in pain. They couldn't even open their eyes. The scorching sun sword technique was the embodiment of the scorching sun. It was the best way to restrain evil beings. These demons belonged to the category of evil beings. They were restrained by Lin Feng's scorching sun sword technique. Puffed! Lin Feng's sword was as fast as lightning. A cold light flashed, and the sword intent soared into the sky. Ripping sounds could be heard. One by one, the demons were killed by Lin Feng's sword. On the other side, Zhangxi, Su Zimo, and Wang Xianming also went on a killing spree, killing more than 10 fiendish demons. Zhang Muji, Li Kuan, and Ouyang Li also displayed their prowess. They killed more than 10 demons that were attacking them. Although the 6 of them weren't as strong as Lin Feng, they were still students of Jialan Academy's inner court. They were all geniuses. They weren't weak. In the blink of an eye, more than 50 demons were killed by Lin Feng and the rest. They directly leaped into the mansion and joined forces with the guards to besiege the remaining 50 or so fiendish demons. Run! The demons saw that the situation was bad and wanted to escape. "Where do you think you're going?" said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. He then rushed forwards and killed a ferocious beast with his sword. With the help of Zhang Shiqi and the others, all the ferocious beasts were killed. Not a single one of them managed to escape. Dead. These monsters are all dead. Thank you for saving our lives. The guards thanked Lin Feng and the rest profusely. Don't mention it. Lin Feng waved his hand. Young hero, we are unable to repay your kindness. Here is 1,000,000 taels of silver. Please accept it. The beautiful woman came out and took out the money to thank Lin Feng. The girl had seen Lin Feng's prowess and was deeply impressed. She stole glances at Lin Feng from time to time, her face blushing. What a beautiful mother and daughter pair. When Lin Feng saw the mother and daughter, he was surprised. The beautiful woman was mature and charming. She was extremely alluring. The girl was pure and pure. She was also a beauty. Lin Feng remained composed and refused. Killing ferocious beasts is our duty. Unfortunately, we were too late. Thousands of people in the town were all slaughtered. The woman said, Young hero, you are a righteous man. You will need some money to travel when you come out to hunt demons. You can buy some necessities when you reach a big city. The woman insisted that Lin Feng accept the money. Lin Feng tried to refuse, but seeing that he couldn't refuse, he accepted the money. Zhang surely asked, The demon army has already reached this area? Where did they go? The demons are entrenched in the mountains in the northeast. The leader is a yiksha. There are more than 1,000 of them. They are wreaking havoc in the surrounding area. Many towns have been slaughtered. The woman explained. Damned demons. Lin Feng's expression turned cold and murderous. He turned to the woman and said, You should all hide in Sangaran City before daybreak. We'll pack up now. The Yin clan of Jialan City, if you have time, you can come and visit us. We'll be able to repay you for saving our lives, said the Yin clan of Jialan City. The woman said, If I have the chance, I will definitely pay you a visit. Lin Feng cupped his fists and left with Zhang Shirley and the others. They went straight to where the demons were gathering. When she saw Lin Feng leave, the girl called Dong, or was somewhat reluctant. She said, Mother, I also want to join Sangaran Academy to cultivate. The woman nodded. When we return to Sangaran City, I will find someone to send you to Sangaran Academy to cultivate. That's great. Indong smiled. Zhang Zimo asked, Junior brother Lin, what are your plans? They all looked at Lin Feng. Obviously, they all followed Lin Feng's lead. We have to get rid of these beasts. Otherwise, they'll cause too much trouble. Tonight, we'll sneak into the place where the beasts gather. We'll capture the leader first. As long as we kill the yiksha, the other beasts will collapse. Lin Feng said. That's what we were thinking. Zhang Shirley and the others nodded. Lin Feng's group of 7 arrived at the demons' gathering place in the evening. Chapter 41. As night fell, even the chirping of insects disappeared from the forest. The area within a radius of 30 miles where the demons gathered was a land of dead silence. In the darkness, 7 agile figures leaped quickly through the forest. These 7 people were the inner courtyard students of Jelon Academy, led by Lin Feng. They took advantage of the night to sneak into the demon gathering place. Look, there's a huge cave over there. What a terrifying aura. There must be a powerful demon in that cave. Ouyang Li pointed to the top of the mountain. There was a huge cave at the top of the mountain. There were demons patrolling around the cave. There were flying Asuras, white-haired Asuras, earth demons, and giant demons that were 7 or 8 meters tall. It seems that the demon in the cave is not simple. Lin Feng sneered. Junior brother Lin, what should we do now? Zhang Muji asked. We'll sneak into the cave. I'll deal with the Yiksha commander. The 6 of you will help me block the other demons. Don't let them disturb my battle with the Yiksha commander. Lin Feng said. No problem. Zhang Muji nodded. The 7 of them took advantage of the darkness and hid their aura. They quietly hid outside the cave. Finally, they found a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and sneaked into the cave. There were no demons in the cave. It seemed that the demons were patrolling outside. Not long after, Lin Feng and the others entered the depths of the cave. They saw a huge mountain in front of them. A middle-aged cultivator in a black robe sat cross-legged in the middle of the mountain. At this moment, the middle-aged man in the black robe was resting. Damn, this Yiksha has transformed into a human. It's at least a martial master. No wonder it dares to stir up trouble. Lin Feng was shocked. Some demons had spiritual intelligence and knew how to cultivate. They could transform into a human. Such a fiendish demon could disguise itself as a sinister and cunning person. Swoosh! Lin Feng unsheathed his long sword and rushed towards the beast. The demon's spiritual awareness was extremely sharp. When Lin Feng made his move, he actually woke up in an instant. Humph! A human cultivator dares to enter my cave? You're courting death. The fiendish demon let out an eerie cry. He soared into the air and transformed into a pair of huge black wings. In an instant, he turned into a huge flying Yiksha. This flying Yiksha had a wingspan of 5 meters. It had a green face and sharp fangs and was extremely ugly. It was completely different from the human appearance from before. The flying Yiksha extended its sharp claws and clawed at Lin Feng. How dare you, demon? How dare you wreak havoc in Zhanwu country? Today I've come to kill you. Lin Feng sneered. He was not afraid at all. Wielding his sword, he charged towards the flying Yiksha commander. Clang! The long sword in Lin Feng's hand clashed with the sharp claws of the flying Yiksha commander, producing a series of clanging sounds. Lin Feng immediately felt a terrifying force. It shook him and sent him flying more than 10 meters before he stopped. It really has the strength of a martial master. Lin Feng's expression became serious. The flying Yiksha's strength had reached the martial master realm. The only difference between it and a human cultivator was that it did not cultivate the various martial techniques of a human cultivator, such as sword techniques, fist techniques, palm techniques, etc. Its attacks still relied on brute force. Roar! The demons outside heard the commotion in the cave and let out a deafening roar. More than 300 beasts swarmed into the hall. Originally, there were more than 1,000 demons in the cave, but now many of them had gone out to wreak havoc. Only 300 demons were left to guard the cave. Seeing so many demons rushing in, Zhang Shiqi and the others turned pale. After all, they were too few in number. Block the cave! Don't let these demons in! Zhang Shiqi was the calmest and shouted loudly. The cave was not particularly big. At most, a dozen demons could rush in at once. Hence, Zhang Shiqi and the others could easily block these demons. The 6 of them rushed to the entrance of the cave and fought with the demons. Lowly human brat, no matter how you struggle, only death awaits you. The flying Yiksha commander let out a sinister cry. Swoosh! It spread its wings and rushed towards Lin Feng again. The flying Yiksha commander's weapon was its pair of razor-sharp claws. It only needed to scratch Lin Feng lightly and Lin Feng would be poisoned. Then he would die under the Yiksha's claws. Clang! 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 Lin Feng held his sword and fought with the flying Yiksha commander. They fought for more than 10 rounds. But Lin Feng did not gain any advantage. Suddenly, the flying Yiksha commander seized an opportunity and rushed forward. Its sharp claws scratched at Lin Feng's chest. Danger! Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and retreated more than 10 meters before the danger approached. Lin Feng successfully dodged the flying Yiksha commander's attack. Keek, brat, next time, I'll definitely take your life. The flying Yiksha commander let out a sinister laugh. It rushed towards Lin Feng again. Those sharp claws flickered with an eerie cold light, as if they were the most powerful sharp blades. Lin Feng's expression was cold. He held his sword in front of him. Sun's sword technique. Boom! In the face of the flying Yiksha commander's attack, Lin Feng did not hold back either. The sun rose into the sky, and its blinding light shone on the ground. Brat, it's useless. Today you'll definitely die. The flying Yiksha commander let out a sinister laugh. The dazzling light did not affect his vision too much. That was because the monster's strength was too tyrannical. The flying Yiksha commander rushed in front of Lin Feng and clawed at him with its sharp claws. Lin Feng slashed at the flying Yiksha commander with a sword. Clang! The long sword and the flying Yiksha commander's claws collided violently. The flying Yiksha smirked. It grabbed Lin Feng's long sword with one claw and grabbed Lin Feng with the other. At this critical moment, Lin Feng sneered. Devouring martial spirit. Boom! Lin Feng channeled his martial spirit. His devouring martial spirit flew out and turned into a black hole. The black hole distorted the heavens and the earth and shrouded the Yiksha. The Yiksha's speed was greatly reduced. Brat, your martial spirit is very special, but it's useless. You can't stop me. The flying Yiksha laughed sinisterly. Is that so? Lin Feng sneered. Triple devouring martial spirit. Boom boom. Lin Feng channeled the second and third devouring martial spirits. The 3 devouring martial souls overlapped and enveloped the flying Yiksha commander. The flying Yiksha commander's body could not move. Ah, how is this possible? Is this your martial spirit? How can there be 3 identical martial spirits? The flying Yiksha commander shouted in disbelief. Lin Feng's expression was cold. He held the sword in his right hand and slapped the hilt with his left hand. A powerful force exploded. Puff! The sword broke free from the flying Yiksha commander's claws and pierced through the flying Yiksha commander's chest. Chapter 42. The vampire bat commander is dead. That demonic, blood-sucking bat commander is as strong as a cultivator of the martial arts layer, but it was killed by Brother Lin. Brother Lin's strength is unfathomable. Yeah, I didn't think that Junior Brother Lin would be so strong. Zhang Shiqi and the others were astonished. Lin Feng had killed the vampire bat commander, which boosted their morale. They were even more ferocious now. Lin Feng quickly cut off the vampire bat commander's left ear and took the blood pill. Then he put the 2 items away. The left ear was used to exchange for points, and the blood pill was made of the vampire bat commander's blood essence. It was extremely precious. Our commander is dead. Kill these despicable humans and avenge our commander. When the demons outside saw that the vampire bat commander had been killed by Lin Feng, they roared furiously. Roar. 3 7 or 8 meter tall giant rock demons rushed towards Zhang Shiqi and the others with stone sticks in their hands. They smashed the sticks in their hands towards Zhang Shiqi and the others. Hurry up and retreat. Zhang Shiqi and the others' faces changed. They quickly retreated into the 3rd palace. The fiendish demons swarmed in and entered the 3rd palace. Take revenge for Lord Commander, Some ferocious beasts shouted hoarsely and threw themselves at Lin Feng, including a giant rock demon. It was holding a huge stone stick and smashed it towards Lin Feng. The power of this attack was unimaginably terrifying. It was as if the stone club could smash a mountain into smithereens. The power of this attack was unimaginable. There were also dozens of demons assisting the giant rock demon. Lin Feng was in a very bad situation. Humph! Facing such a dangerous situation, Lin Feng sneered and jumped out. He instantly arrived in front of a group of demons. He held a long sword in his hand and stabbed forward. A ferocious beast was immediately killed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng moved through the group of demons. Wherever his long sword went, sword chi shot out. Poof! Poof! Ripping sounds could be heard as one demon after another was slain by Lin Feng, dying on the spot. Not long after, a group of dead demons lay on the ground. Roar! The giant rock demon's roar shook the heavens as it swung its huge stone club towards Lin Feng. Facing the giant rock demon's attack, Lin Feng was not afraid at all. He immediately used the scorching sun swordsmanship. As the sun rose into the sky, the divine sword was unsheathed. Lin Feng's sword pierced through the giant rock demon's chest. The giant rock demon's huge body collapsed and died on the spot. Lin Feng joined the battle and started a massacre. Although these fiendish demons had the advantage in numbers, they were forced to retreat under the attacks of Lin Feng and the others. The ground was littered with fiendish demon corpses. Run! After more than 100 fiendish demons died, some of them screamed in horror and turned to run outside. As soon as the first fiendish demon fled, a second fiendish demon followed suit. These fiendish demons swarmed out in groups. Should we give chase? Zhang Yi, who was in the mood to kill, asked. Don't chase a cornered enemy, Lin Feng said. How dare you? How dare you wreak havoc in the Zhanwu country? All of you deserve to die. At this moment, a cold voice came from outside the castle. Whoosh! A figure soared into the sky and flew into the castle. He saw that it was a young prince, handsome and extraordinary, wearing a Taoist robe. It was said that the robe had runes drawn by a spirit array master. Once activated, one could use the robe to fly in the air for a short period of time. Slash! The young man floated in the air and took out a flying sword. The flying sword quickly flew out and flew in the void. Puff! 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 The flying sword was too fast, like a bolt of lightning. It moved freely between heaven and earth. One by one, the fiendish demons were killed. Ah, a flying sword! It's a human's flying sword. Run, run, run! These fiendish demons fled pathetically, crazily rushing out of the castle. However, the flying sword was too fast. The flying swords shot out horizontally in the air, and each arc would bring about a bloody light. One by one, the fiendish demons were killed. They died on the spot. 200 fiendish demons were killed in the blink of an eye. The young man landed in the palace. At this moment, a group of people rushed in from outside. Senior Brother Bai's imperial sword technique has reached perfection. It's unfathomable. A group of more than 10 people said respectfully. The young man in white was called Bai Ilong, and he was a martial master expert. He was also a direct descendant of the Bai family in Jialan City. Bai Ilong was obviously very happy with everyone's flattery. He smiled and said, My imperial sword technique was created by a yin-yang expert. It can be used to kill enemies in a single breath. What a powerful sword technique. With this technique, Senior Brother Bai will definitely shine in the great competition of the 4 academies. The group of people flattered him. Haha, the great competition of the 4 academies? There's not much time left. I'll make sure to rank higher in the great competition of the 4 academies. With this imperial sword technique, I might even be able to rank in the top 20. Bai Ilong had a confident smile on his face. Let's go. Lin Feng saw Bai Ilong and the others, but Lin Feng didn't know him. He walked outside with Zhang Qi and the others. They seemed to be from Changha Branch. Someone said, "The disciples of Changha Branch are really reckless. They actually dared to come here." Someone curled his lips and looked at them mockingly. Lin Feng and the others didn't want to cause trouble, so they didn't pay attention to them. Suddenly, a sharp and ear-piercing voice came from the crowd. "Lin Feng, it's you, it's you." When Lin Feng heard that voice, he turned his head and frowned. The person who had spoken was Duan Mulei. He was a genius of the inner courtyard and was known as the strongest person under the martial master level. Of course, he had been defeated by Lin Feng. "Huh, Lin Feng?" Bai Yilong also looked over, and when he saw Lin Feng, his face immediately became gloomy. "It's that little brat." Some of the students next to Bai Yilong said in a cold voice. Those people were following Bai Yilong's lead. They obviously knew about the enmity between Lin Feng and the Bai clan. At that moment, in the middle of a castle in the middle of nowhere, it could be said that enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. "That's right, it's me. What do you want?" Lin Feng looked at Duan Mulei indifferently. Lin Feng didn't care about Duan Mulei, who he had defeated before. What he was really afraid of was Bai Yilong, who was a martial master and had a flying sword. "Little brat, you've bumped into me here, and you're asking me what I want?" A sinister smile appeared on Duan Mulei's face. "You must have never thought that you would be so unlucky, right? Get your ass over here, kneel in front of me, and beg for forgiveness. Then slap your own face, and I might consider letting you live." Duan Mulei looked at Lin Feng in amusement. Next to him was Bai Yilong, a Zun master level cultivator. Duan Mulei was filled with confidence. It seemed like he wanted to ruthlessly humiliate Lin Feng. Chapter 43. Situ Lei hated Lin Feng to the bone. Since he had met Lin Feng in this isolated town, he had never intended to let Lin Feng go. Saying that Lin Feng had knelt down and begged for mercy was also a lie. He only wanted to humiliate Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew this as well. "Brat, why aren't you kneeling down and kowtowing? What are you waiting for? Kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistake." The rest of the people shouted as well, waiting to watch a good show. In their opinion, Lin Feng would not be able to escape even if he had wings. The grudge between Lin Feng and the Bai clan was too deep. Bai Yilong would definitely not let Lin Feng go. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy, his eyes flashing with coldness. Seeing that Lin Feng did not kneel down, a disciple named Dong Yilong said. A disciple named Dong Chi sneered. "Dog, I told you to kneel and kowtow to senior brother Bai and apologize. Didn't you hear me?" Dong Chi was sure that Lin Feng would not dare to make a move because Bai Yilong was here. If Lin Feng made a move, wouldn't he be courting death? Therefore, Dong Chi was extremely arrogant. "You dare to scold me? I think you're tired of living." Lin Feng's eyes were filled with coldness as he looked at Dong Chi. Dong Chi scolded, "I'm tired of living? I think you're the one who's dying." Dong Chi sneered again and again. He raised his right leg and kicked towards Lin Feng's knee. It seemed that he wanted to kick Lin Feng to the ground. Dong Chi clearly wanted to show off in front of Bai Yilong. Dong Chi's kick was about to hit Lin Feng's knee. At that moment, Lin Feng moved. With a light dodge, he dodged Dong Chi's kick. Dong Chi was shocked. He did not think that Lin Feng would dare to dodge. Lin Feng's face was cold. He stretched out his right hand, grabbed Dong Chi's neck, and lifted him up. No one thought that Lin Feng would suddenly make a move. Bai Yilong was the same. Perhaps it could be said that no one present had thought that Lin Feng would dare to make a move. After all, the strength of Bai Yilong's side was really too strong. According to the understanding of ordinary people, Lin Feng must be thinking of ways to curry favor with them. However, Lin Feng did the exact opposite. He attacked Dong Chi. "Lin Feng, what are you doing? Lin Feng, how dare you?" Many people began to berate him. Lin Feng's face was indifferent. He didn't care at all. He sneered, "You dare to insult me? No one in this world can save you." Dong Chi struggled violently, but he couldn't break free. He was lifted up like a little chick by Lin Feng. He looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of hatred. Even now, Dong Qi still felt that Lin Feng was bluffing. With Bai Yilong here, what could this brat do to him? Situ Lei shouted coldly. Lin Feng, let go of Dong Qi or you're dead. Haha, do you think that I, Lin Feng, am so scared? Lin Feng sneered. He didn't care about what Situ Lei said. Lin Feng, with Senior by here, you dare to be so impudent? After being caught by Lin Feng, Dong Qi actually dared to threaten Lin Feng. You reckless thing. If I was afraid of Bai Yilong, would I still attack? Lin Feng sneered. You dare insult me? I'll let you know the consequences of being cheap. As soon as he said that, Lin Feng attacked. Slap, 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 slap. Dong Qi howled in pain. Zhang Xingqi and the others watched on with their blood boiling. They were naturally on Lin Feng's side. Lin Feng's unyielding attitude had stimulated their blood. What if they fought today? What was there to fear? Slap, 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 slap. Lin Feng slapped Dong Qi 10 times in a row. Dong Qi's face was smashed, and his bones were exposed in many places. Get lost! Chapter 44. Seeing Lin Feng beat up Dong Qi, Zhang Qi and the others were terrified. After all, Dong Qi had a lot of people, and Bai Yilong was a martial master. But even so, Zhang Qi and the others were still very satisfied. They could see that even though Lin Feng was young, he was domineering and fearless. A man should straighten his back. Men should defend their dignity. Men should never surrender. Men should never be cowards. Ah, avenge me, avenge me! Dong Qi was lying on the ground, howling in grief. You're courting death, Lin Feng. Situ Lei had a sinister expression on his face. What, you want to be beaten up too? Lin Feng looked at Situ Lei coldly. When he felt Lin Feng's cold gaze, Situ Lei was so scared that he shrank back. Situ Lei was extremely strong. Before he had met Lin Feng, he had been invincible under the martial master layer. But when he had met Lin Feng, he had been unable to withstand a single blow. Lin Feng had left a huge shadow in Situ Lei's heart. Therefore, although Situ Lei was shouting happily, he was actually afraid of Lin Feng. He didn't have the courage to fight against Lin Feng. What are you afraid of? Situ Lei, go beat him up. Beat him up fiercely. Let's see if he dares to resist. If he dares to resist, I'll personally kill him. At that moment, Bai Yilong opened his mouth. Bai Yilong didn't intend to let Lin Feng off. However, before he killed Lin Feng, he wanted to humiliate Lin Feng. With Bai Yilong's guarantee, Situ Lei felt as if he had eaten a pill of reassurance. He immediately became more courageous. Situ Lei walked towards Lin Feng with an evil smile on his face. He wanted to slap Lin Feng. Obviously, Situ Lei didn't believe that Lin Feng would dare to attack him at that moment. After all, Bai Yilong, an exalted martial master, had already spoken. Would Lin Feng dare to go against Bai Yilong's words? Bai Yilong gave Situ Lei courage. Furthermore, Bai Yilong had indeed used his powerful aura to lock onto Lin Feng. Lin Feng could feel Bai Yilong's aura enveloping him. It was as if as long as he moved, Bai Yilong's thunderous killing move would attack. At this time, Situ Lei's slap was about to land on Lin Feng's face. Whoosh! Lin Feng moved. He moved like thunder and was as fast as lightning. Lin Feng opened his hand and slapped towards Situ Lei. You dare to fight back? Situ Lei was shocked and wanted to retreat quickly. None of the people present had expected that Lin Feng would actually dare to fight back at this time. It was truly unexpected. Lin Feng's attack speed was too fast, directly slapping Situ Lei back repeatedly with a palm. Then he stretched out his hand and grabbed Situ Lei's neck, lifting him up. Lin Feng, are you courting death? Bai Yilong reacted and shouted coldly. Haha, Bai Yilong, do you really think that I'm afraid of you? What a joke. I, Lin Feng, am a dignified 7 feet tall man. Why would I be afraid of you? Lin Feng sneered. You want to let trash like Situ Lei humiliate me? That's wishful thinking. Slap. Lin Feng ruthlessly slapped Situ Lei's face. Situ Lei was beaten until he cried out miserably. This slap was no different from a slap on Bai Ilong's face. Bai Ilong's expression was extremely gloomy. However, at this moment, Situ Lei was in Lin Feng's hands, and he did not dare to act rashly. Quick, send out the signal. Su Emo nodded. Su Zimo nodded and shot up into the sky. In the darkness, it was extremely bright. Seeing this, Bai Ilong's expression became even more gloomy. These signal flares would attract the attention of the surrounding students of Jialan Academy. Lin Feng knew that once the signal was sent out, Bai Ilong would not dare to act rashly. Bai Ilong, I'll return this trash to you. Lin Feng sneered and threw Situ Lei away. Plop! Situ Lei fell to the ground in an extremely sorry state. Good, good, good. Lin Feng, you're very good. Bai Ilong's expression was gloomy, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. Senior brother, should we kill them? Someone asked softly. Bai Ilong said, once the signal is sent out, the students of Jialan Academy will definitely come. It's too late. Bai Ilong looked at Lin Feng and said coldly, Lin Feng, the competition between the 4 academies is in half a year. You better pray that you don't meet me during the competition, because if you do, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Lin Feng was not afraid at all. He sneered back, the competition between the 4 academies? All right, I'll wait. Humph. Bai Ilong sneered and quickly left with a group of people. Let's go too. After Bai Ilong and the rest left, Lin Feng and the rest mourned as they collected the corpses of the Jialan Academy students. They erected a simple tombstone and buried them together, bowed 3 times and left. More and more students of Jialan Academy arrived one after another. When they saw the graves of the Jialan Academy students, many of them were filled with grief. An elder of the academy came and said in a low voice, if we can't eradicate the demons, the ones who will die in the future will be our family members, friends, and loved ones. We will fight the demons to the end. I am willing to sacrifice my blood to the divine sword and slay all the demons that have wreaked havoc on Zhenwu country. Many of the Jialan Academy students roared with grief and indignation. A bonfire burned. Lin Feng and the rest sat in front of the bonfire. However, even though they had witnessed the tragic deaths of the Jialan Academy students, Lin Feng and the rest did not say anything. The atmosphere was very solemn. Su Zimo felt that they should talk about something, so he said, Junior brother Lin, Bai Ilong is one of the top experts of the Bai family's younger generation. You must be careful of him. If you meet him during the competition, you can only choose to avoid him temporarily. The rest nodded, obviously thinking that it was best to avoid him for now. Lin Feng said, there's still half a year before the competition. You don't have to worry about me. When it comes, it'll be hard to say who will die. Everybody was speechless. They were surprised by Lin Feng's self-confidence. But then they thought about Lin Feng's natural abilities. Maybe in half a year during the great competition of the 4 universities, Lin Feng would really be able to defeat Bai Ilong. Zhang Xingqi and the rest could not help but look forward to it. Lin Feng was sitting cross-legged in front of the bonfire. He was fixedly staring at the bonfire. In his mind, Bai Ilong had killed hundreds of ferocious beasts with his sword. Lin Feng was still astonished. Bai Ilong was extremely difficult to deal with. His sword technique was godly. However, Lin Feng was not worried. Lin Feng had absolute confidence in himself. With his talent and the Archean dragonesque elephant art, he could defeat Bai Ilong easily. Defeating Bai Ilong in half a year's time would not be difficult. The night was cold as water. In the latter half of the night, dark clouds covered the sky. In the distance, endless blood light surged into the heavens. A tall figure suddenly stood up. Chapter 45. What's that? Zhang Shiqi and the rest were jolted awake from their dreams. They looked at the gigantic figure in the distance and exclaimed in shock. Lin Feng's eyes glinted. I read a story in the classic of mountains and seas. It says that when a cultivator reaches the legendary Yin-Yang realm, they can manifest a Dharma embodiment of heaven and earth. That Dharma embodiment of heaven and earth has the power of gods and demons. This should be a Dharma embodiment of heaven and earth. What? A Dharma embodiment of heaven and earth? That powerful. Could it be that there's a yin-yang expert among the fiendish demons? Heavens, that level of existence, is high and mighty, like a god looking down on the common people. Our country of true martial has been established for thousands of years, but there hasn't been such an expert. How could there be a yin-yang expert in our country? Wang Xianming exclaimed in shock. Let's go and see what's going on. Lin Feng said. The 7 of them traveled through the night. Along the way, they killed many fiendish demons. Half a month later, they arrived at a huge underground fissure. There were many people gathered here. There were students from Jialan Academy, itinerant cultivators, adventurers, mercenaries, and so on. These adventurers and mercenaries had received missions to hunt fiendish demons or enter the underground world to search for treasures. They weren't serving the country. When Lin Feng and the rest arrived, there were even some adventurers and mercenaries who had sinister smiles on their faces. They looked at Lin Feng and the rest with malice in their eyes. These people would do anything for their own interests. They had killed and plundered many times. Lin Feng and the rest were a group of youths. They didn't have any guards with them, so it was normal for them to be targeted. Lin Feng frowned. It seems that there are all sorts of people here. We have to be careful at all times. If we enter the underground world, not only do we have to be wary of fiendish demons, but we also have to be wary of unknown cultivators to avoid being ambushed. Zhang Shiqi and the rest nodded. I'll go and find out about that Dharma embodiment of heaven and earth from a few days ago. Go ahead. Lin Feng nodded. Not long after, he returned. What did you find out? Li Kuan asked impatiently. That's where the battle took place. It's said that the 9th disciple of the Demon King of Raging Flames, the Scarlet Flame Great Beast, fought against Lu Piaoshui, a peerless genius from Sun Moon City. Su Zimo said, Sun Moon City was one of the top 10 ancient cities in the divine prefecture of the East County. It was on par with Heaven Saint City and had an ancient force guarding it. Its strength was unimaginable. It was a holy land for cultivation. It was said that the founding divine ancestor of the Zhanwu country was an outer disciple of one of the ancient powers in Sun Moon City. This sounded very unimaginable, but it was the truth. It was enough to show how terrifying Sun Moon City was. An ordinary outer disciple was able to establish an immortal nation that lasted for thousands of years. The foundation of the ancient forces was unimaginable. As for the true martial country, it also submitted to the Sun Moon City. Every year, it would pay tribute to the Sun Moon City. On the other hand, Sun Moon City would protect the true martial country. Who is Lu Piaoshui? Lin Feng asked. Su Zimo said, Lu Piaoshui is the leader of the younger generation in Sun Moon City. Among the younger generation in the divine prefecture of the East County, she's one of the strongest monsters. Although Lu Piaoshui is only 20 years old, she's already broken through to the Yin-Yang realm. 20 years old. Yin-Yang realm. Lin Feng's eyes widened. He looked extremely shocked. Su Zimo smiled bitterly and said, Junior brother, this isn't a big deal. The founding divine ancestor of the Zhanwu country was just an ordinary outer disciple in Sun Moon City. From this, you can see how terrifying an ancient force like Sun Moon City is. The difference is really too big. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Originally, Lin Feng had thought that he was already a genius among geniuses since he had already cultivated to the 9th firmament of the warrior realm at the age of 15. But now, Lin Feng realized that he had been a frog in a well. A 20-year-old Yin-Yang realm expert had actually appeared in a place like Sun Moon City. Only now did Lin Feng realize how big the difference was between him and these top geniuses. However, Lin Feng wasn't discouraged. Instead, this stimulated Lin Feng's endless fighting spirit. Lin Feng believed that as long as he worked hard, he would definitely be able to catch up. Sooner or later, he would also break through to the yin yang realm. At that time, he would be able to fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. There would be nothing he couldn't do. He would be able to spit fire from his mouth, ride on the clouds, turn stone into gold, and master divine abilities. Someone has already gone down. Let's go down too, Lin Feng said. Okay, let's go to the underground world to take a look. It's rumored that demons wreak havoc in the underground world. However, there are also many treasures that the surface world doesn't have. I wonder if we'll have the opportunity to obtain some of the underground world's treasures. Ouyang Li said. She was looking forward to it. Lin Feng's group of 7 entered the underground world. The underground world was damp and dark. The vegetation here was abnormally tall, but many of them were highly poisonous and couldn't be casually touched. In fact, there are even many enormous man-eating flowers growing here. These man-eating flowers would usually hide underground, and when someone came, they would quickly emerge and swallow the person who passed by. Then, they would use their poison to paralyze the person before slowly digesting them. Besides the harsh environment, there were also many demons hiding in the shadows and attacking cultivators who entered the underground world. On the second day in the underground world, Lin Feng and the others heard the sounds of battle as they passed through a forest. They sneaked over to watch and saw a dozen young people being surrounded by a group of mercenaries. The mercenaries attacked ferociously, and with their numbers, the young people couldn't withstand their attacks at all. Pooh! Pooh! People were constantly being killed. The Heavenly Wolf mercenaries, the elders of Ocean of Cloud's Academy, will avenge us. The last student cursed with resentment. Pooh! His chest was pierced by the spear of a Heavenly Wolf knight riding a huge Heavenly Wolf. Lin Feng and the others wanted to save him, but they couldn't. Humph! If you die, will Ocean of Cloud's Academy know who killed you? The leader of the mercenaries sneered and ordered, "Take everything from them." Yes, sir. Soon, over 100 mercenaries left. Lin Feng and the others walked out of their hiding place and arrived before the corpses of the young people. They checked them, but none of them were alive. These mercenaries are really despicable. Now that demons are causing trouble in the true martial empire, they don't want to kill the demons. Instead, they want to rob and kill the cultivators of the true martial empire. Zhang Qian spoke with righteous indignation. Lin Feng frowned slightly. These mercenaries were from the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries. If he remembered correctly, Duanmu Feiyang, who he killed in the forest, was the young commander of the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries. These are all students of the Ocean of Cloud's Academy. Don't let their corpses lie in the wilderness. Let's bury them, said Lin Feng. He dug a deep hole next to the corpses. After burying the corpses, they left. On the third day, Lin Feng and the others heard some news. 100 li away, there was a river in the underworld. It was said that the water of the underworld came from that river. It was said that the Yellow Spring Stream was one of the most precious spirit liquids in the world. It was a peerless spirit treasure. Cultivating with the Yellow Spring Stream could greatly increase one's strength. After hearing this, Lin Feng, Zhang Qian, and the others quickly rushed to the Yellow Spring Stream. However, they were ambushed on the way. Arrows shot towards them, but Lin Feng and the others had to dodge them in a sorry state. Oh, you have some skills. Cold laughter resounded as over 100 mercenaries appeared. There were even a dozen of them riding heavenly wolves. They surrounded Lin Feng and the others. The faces of Zhang Yi, Su Zimo, and the rest turned pale. These people were the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries that they had seen earlier. Chapter 46. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. The Heavenly Wolf mercenaries were vicious and merciless. They killed without batting an eyelid. Lin Feng and the rest had witnessed the deaths of the Yunhai Academy students. They did not expect that they would be surrounded by the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries so soon. Everyone, we have no grudges in the past. nor do we have any enmity today. Could it be that you want to rob and kill us? Why don't we bury the hatchet today? In the future, we might even be able to help each other. Su Zimo said with a smile. He was proficient in interpersonal relationships. After all, he was the young master of the Su family, one of the top 10 families in Sangaran City. He was knowledgeable and knew how to deal with people. Furthermore, one would not slap a smiling face. Su Zimo's beaming face made him look even more cheerful. However, these mercenaries were different from ordinary people. One of the mercenaries sneered. Who do you think you are? Do you think you're qualified to negotiate with us? Su Zimo wanted to speak, but was stopped by Lin Feng. These people would not listen to him at all. If they knew how to negotiate, the Yunhai Academy students would not have been killed so cruelly. My sword won't be stained with the blood of nameless people. The Celestial Wolf Mercenary Group is very famous, but you're still not strong enough to deal with us. If you piss off now, you can still live, otherwise I'll kill you all. Lin Feng said coldly. Everyone was stunned on the spot. No one expected Lin Feng to be so audacious. The Heavenly Wolf mercenaries had more than a dozen Heavenly Wolf Knights and more than 100 mercenaries. Lin Feng, on the other hand, only had 7 people. In the eyes of the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries, Lin Feng was courting death. Zhang Qi and the rest had bitter smiles on their faces. They were all amazed that their junior brother Lin was not afraid of anything. Brat, are you courting death? Men, capture this brat. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. The leader of the mercenaries laughed sinisterly. There was a scar on his face that looked like a centipede. It was ferocious and terrifying. Yes, sir. After receiving Scarface's order, a person immediately jumped out and walked towards Lin Feng. Brat, who do you think you are? You're about to die, yet you still dare to boast shamelessly in front of us. Boom! The mercenary from the Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Corps laughed sinisterly as he punched towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He swung his right fist and directly punched out. Meet force with force. A muffled sound of collision was heard. Lin Feng and the Celestial Wolves mercenaries were ferociously fighting against each other. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. The mercenaries who fought with Lin Feng had their arms broken. Lin Feng's powerful punch smashed into the chest of the Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Group's mercenary. The mercenary's chest caved in as he spat out a large mouthful of blood. The blood he spat out even contained some internal organs. The mercenary fell to the ground, dead. Lin Feng didn't feel any guilt for killing the mercenary with one punch. Although the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries were called mercenaries, they were actually no different from bandits. They killed the innocent and were extremely repulsive. Killing them was also a good thing for the people. Xue Laolu is dead, someone exclaimed. Lin Feng's killing of Xue Laolu with one punch caused quite a stir in the Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Corps. A Heavenly Wolf Knight rode a huge wolf and walked out step by step. Brat, you deserve to die 10,000 times for killing my men. Roar! The Heavenly Wolf let out a deep roar, then moved its thick limbs and charged towards Lin Feng. Besides, the Knight of the Celestial Wolves was holding a long spear in his hand and immediately threw it towards Lin Feng's chest. He wanted to kill Lin Feng while he was still in the air. Lin Feng sneered and didn't dodge. Instead, he took the initiative to rush forward. He moved a few steps to the left and dodged the Heavenly Wolf Knight's terrifying attack. Crack! Then Lin Feng grabbed the Heavenly Wolf Knight's spear, and with a shake of his right hand, the Heavenly Wolf Knight's spear flew out of his hand. Lin Feng held the spear in his hand as if he was holding a heaven-splitting axe and directly swung it down. Bang! The attack fiercely hit the Heavenly Wolf Knight's body. Even the Heavenly Wolf under him was directly killed by Lin Feng's attack. Isn't he too powerful? Even Zhang Shiqi and the others stared at Lin Feng with their mouths agape. This brat is not simple. Let's attack together and kill him. Scarface's face was filled with killing intent. Then, more than 10 Heavenly Wolf Knights charged towards Lin Feng. The rest of the mercenaries charged towards Zhang Shiqi and the others. "Be careful!" Lin Feng shouted. "Don't worry, we can take care of ourselves." Zhang Shiqi and the others replied, but their expressions were also very serious. Being surrounded by so many mercenaries, if they weren't careful, they could lose their lives. "Brat, no one in the world can save your life today." Scarface laughed sinisterly. He held a blood-red saber in his hand and took the lead to attack Lin Feng. "Is that so?" Lin Feng threw away his spear. Even though he was surrounded by more than 10 Heavenly Wolf Knights, he was still calm and composed. Boom! Lin Feng moved. He charged into the midst of the Heavenly Wolf Knights, and at the same time, Lin Feng activated his 3 black holes. When his martial soul was activated, a powerful magnetic field was formed around Lin Feng in a radius of more than 10 meters. This was the confinement effect of Lin Feng's devouring martial soul. All the Heavenly Wolf Knights who entered this area were unable to move. "Oh, what's going on? I can't move? What happened? This brat knows demonic arts." The Heavenly Wolf Knights cried out in fear. This was the first time Lin Feng had revealed his trump card in a group battle. However, the effect was obvious. When his 3 devouring martial souls were activated, a powerful confinement force was produced. It was enough to restrict the movements of the Heavenly Wolf Knights and the Heavenly Wolf Knights. Awoo! The Heavenly Wolves let out low growls. They struggled with all their might, trying to move. However, they were unable to move at all. The originally ferocious Heavenly Wolf's eyes were now filled with fear. "Sir, we were wrong. We apologize to you. No discord, no concord. How about we turn weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk?" Scarface cried out in fear. He wanted to slap his own mouth. How could he have provoked such a terrifying person? Lin Feng's expression was cold. He ignored them. These people had committed heinous crimes and deserved to die. Swoosh! A cold light flashed. His sword was unsheathed. Poof! 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 The sound of something being torn apart could be heard. One by one, the Heavenly Wolf Knights were stabbed to death by Lin Feng. More than 10 powerful Heavenly Wolf Knights were unable to resist Lin Feng's attacks. In less than 10 breaths, the powerful Heavenly Wolf Knights were all killed by Lin Feng. Chapter 47. They're all dead. They're all dead. How could this be? That kid is too powerful. He killed more than a dozen of them. Run, run. Otherwise, we'll all die here. The Heavenly Wolf mercenaries who were besieging Zhang Shiqi and the others were all scared out of their wits when they saw Lin Feng kill more than a dozen Heavenly Wolf cavalrymen in a short time. The weakest of the Heavenly Wolf cavalrymen was at level 9 of the martial realm. Scarface was even at level 10 of the martial realm. Coupled with the powerful charge of the Heavenly Wolf cavalrymen, even a level 10 of the martial realm would die if they weren't careful. However, Lin Feng had killed so many strong cultivators in the blink of an eye. These ordinary mercenaries were almost scared to death. They didn't dare to continue besieging Zhang Shiqi and the others. They turned around and ran away. With so many people, there was no way to catch up. Although Zhang Shiqi and the others knew that Lin Feng was powerful, they were still shocked when they saw Lin Feng kill more than a dozen Heavenly Wolf cavalrymen in a short time. If we ride these Heavenly Wolves, our speed will be much faster. Lin Feng jumped on a Heavenly Wolf. These Heavenly Wolves were ferocious. However, they were all trembling now. Lin Feng's ferocious power had already intimidated these Heavenly Wolves. Zhang Shiqi and the others also jumped on the Heavenly Wolves. The 7 of them rode the Heavenly Wolves into the depths of the forest. However, a day later, someone caught up with them. It was a young man in his 20s. He was riding an even larger Heavenly Wolf and holding a black iron spear. "You killed my Heavenly Wolf mercenaries. You all deserve to die." The young man's voice was cold and filled with killing intent. "Duan Muyan!" "Oh, Yang!" Li exclaimed. "Someone knows me." Duan Muyan's eyes were filled with killing intent. Su Zimo exclaimed, "He's Duan Muyen? He's the eldest son of the Heavenly Wolf Mercenaries leader. He's a martial master." The leader of the Heavenly Wolf Mercenaries had 3 sons. The third son was Duan Mu Feiyong, who had been killed by Lin Feng. The eldest son was the most talented of the 3 brothers. "You guys go first. I'll hold him back," Lin Feng said. But Zhang Qi and the others wanted to say something, but they were interrupted by Lin Feng. "Do you still not believe in my strength? We're a burden here, but you have to be careful." Zhang Shisui and the others warned him and left on the Heavenly Wolf. "Brat, you're courting death," Duan Mu Yen shouted coldly. He held the black iron spear in his hand and urged the Heavenly Wolf to charge towards Lin Feng. The black spear in his hand stabbed towards Lin Feng. "Kill!" Lin Feng patted Sky Wolf's head. The Heavenly Wolf beneath him also let out a low growl and charged towards Duan Mu Yen. Whoosh! Lin Feng pulled out his sword and slashed at Duan Mu Yen. Clang, clang, clang! The black spear and Lin Feng's sword collided and emitted a metallic sound. Duan Mu Yan's strength was monstrous. Each time he attacked, a terrifying strength would penetrate through Lin Feng's sword and penetrate into his body. Even a cultivator of the 10th celestial layer would have died if they had been struck by such an attack. But Lin Feng had practiced the ancient Dracophant formula. Even though he had only broken through to the 9th Qi layer, his physical body was already comparable to that of a real cultivator of the Qi layer. Besides, when the terrifying strength penetrated into Lin Feng's body, Lin Feng had immediately used the ancient Dracophant formula to disperse the strength. Therefore, he had not been injured. Damn it! Duan Mu Yan's face was extremely gloomy. He, a Zun master cultivator, had attacked Lin Feng continuously for more than 10 rounds. However, he still hadn't been able to defeat a small martial master cultivator. Duan Mu Yan felt a deep sense of humiliation. The black spear in his hand fiercely stabbed towards Lin Feng. This attack contained over 1,000,000 gene of strength. This was the first time Duan Mu Yan had used his full strength. Feeling the terrifying power of this attack, Lin Feng's face slightly changed. He quickly retreated. This attack hadn't been able to hit Lin Feng, but it had fiercely smashed into the Heavenly Wolf's body. The Heavenly Wolf had been smashed into meat paste by Duan Mu Yan's attack. This showed how terrifying this attack was. "Today, I will stop playing with you. I won't keep you company," said Lin Feng while laughing. He jumped into the forest and quickly disappeared without a trace. Duan Mu Yan looked for him, but couldn't find him. He was so angry that he kept roaring. In the forest, a young man with a sword on his back was quickly flying. It was Lin Feng. Lin Feng had benefited a lot from the fight with Duan Mu Yan. A martial master cultivator couldn't be compared to a martial master cultivator. This had stimulated Lin Feng's fighting spirit even more. Martial Master Realm. This was Lin Feng's first goal. 5 days later, Lin Feng arrived at the Yellow Spring Stream. It was said that the yellow springs of the 9th Netherworld had appeared there. The 9th Netherworld was a corner of the Hell World. The Yellow Springs was a kind of holy water that flowed in the Yellow Springs River. The Yellow Springs water was also called the Water of Forgetfulness. According to legends, Mang Pu would give the souls of the past to drink Mang Po's soup. After drinking it, they would forget their previous lives. Mang Po's soup was made by adding some ingredients to the Yellow Springs water. Of course, these were just legends, but the real Yellow Springs water was a spirit treasure in the world and was extremely rare. When Lin Feng arrived at the Yellow Spring Stream, he heard the sound of a fierce battle. He sneaked into the Yellow Spring Stream. In the Yellow Spring Stream, 2 groups of people were fighting. On one side was a group of demons. The leader was a demon with white hair and was extremely ugly. It was a white-haired Azura. This was a demon cultivator. The white-haired Azuras had the strength of a martial master. On the other side was the Heavenly Wolf mercenary group. The leader was Duan Mu Yan, whom he had fought with a few days ago. On the ground, there were hundreds of corpses. There were demon corpses, heavenly wolf mercenary group corpses, some rogue cultivators, and even some academy students. During this time, many people had come to the Yellow Springs stream to fight for the Yellow Springs water. Today, the Yellow Springs water had appeared. The two strongest forces, the Heavenly Wolf mercenary group and the underground demons, had appeared and killed all the cultivators in the Yellow Springs stream. Then the two sides fought fiercely. Lin Feng scanned the corpses. He was relieved when he didn't find the corpses of Zhang Shidi and the others. It seemed that Zhang Shidi and the others didn't come here. They had probably changed their plans. Just as the Heavenly Wolf mercenary group and the underground demons were locked in battle, a powerful wave of energy suddenly came from the depths of the Yellow Spring stream. There was a cave in the depths of the Yellow Spring stream. It was said to be called the Death Cave. Rumor had it that Yin-Yang realm cultivators would definitely die if they entered. However, every 1,000 years some gas would escape from the Death Cave. This gas would turn into liquid when it came into contact with the air outside. It was the legendary Yellow Springs water of the 9 underworlds. It was widely rumored that the Death Cave was connected to Hell. The Yellow Springs water in the Death Cave came from the Yellow Springs River. At this moment, a cloud of mist flew out from the Death Cave and condensed into a pale yellow liquid. It floated in midair. The liquid contained a shocking energy wave. Chapter 48. The ball of pale yellow liquid floating in the air was emitting a shocking fluctuation. It was so attractive that people couldn't help but want to touch it and obtain it. The 9 nether Yellow Spring water, the supreme treasure of heaven and earth, had finally appeared. The 9 netherworld Yellow Springs is mine. The white-haired Azura laughed and rushed towards the 9 netherworld Yellow Springs. If you want to steal the 9 netherworld Yellow Springs, you have to ask me first. Duanmu Tian sneered. At that moment, Duanmu Tian attacked the white-haired Azura. The Heavenly Wolf mercenaries were fighting against the beasts and demons. Blood flowed like a river. It was a tragic scene. Screams rang out one after another. People died constantly, and so did demons. Asterisk clang clang. Asterisk the white-haired Azura and Duanmu Tian were fighting. The white-haired Azura was terrifyingly strong. He was as strong as a martial master. He used a stone hammer as a weapon. It was a weapon made of stone. Of course, it wasn't an ordinary stone. It was a stone that contained meteorites. It was much harder than ordinary stones. The white-haired Azura used his stone hammer to fight against Duanmu Tian. Lin Feng had fought against Duanmu Tian before, so he knew how terrifying he was. Duanmu Tian and the white-haired Azura's battle was going to be difficult to determine in a short time. So, Lin Feng silently moved towards the 9 netherworld Yellow Springs. When the sandpiper and the clam fought, the fisherman would benefit. For Lin Feng, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Crazy God Hammer technique. The white-haired Azura let out a low roar. He held the hammer with both hands and attacked fiercely. He was like a madman, smashing hammer after hammer at Duanmu Tian. Duanmu Tian looked indifferent. He used his black spear to block the attacks. After a dozen attacks, Duanmu Tian managed to block them all. The white-haired Azura's attacks didn't work. He needed to rest, and his attacks immediately weakened. At that moment, Duanmu Tian sneered, "Crazy God Hammer technique? Do you think you're qualified to practice human skills? Today, I'll let you have a taste of what a real martial skill is." Overlord's 3 spears. As soon as he finished speaking, Duanmu Tian leaped out with a black spear in his hand, thrusting it toward the white-haired Azura. Duanmu Tian attacked, domineering and domineering. This was the essence of the Overlord's 3 spears. This was an incomparably tyrannical spear technique. Duanmu Tian had already mastered the essence of the mad tyrant's 3 spear strikes. With the first strike, the white-haired Azura was forced to retreat. With the second strike, the white-haired Azura was almost stabbed. The white-haired Azura was unable to dodge the third strike, and his shoulder was pierced by Duanmu Tian. Ah! The white-haired Azura let out a miserable cry. Duanmu Tian sneered. He held his spear with one hand and wanted to kill the white-haired Azura in midair. In this critical moment of life and death, the white-haired Azura was ruthless enough to himself. He grabbed Duanmu Tian's black spear and pulled it out with a sudden force. Then, the white-haired Azura retreated more than 10 meters. Dozens of demons surrounded him, protecting him. Scram! Duanmu Tian said coldly. The white-haired Azura was unwilling to accept this, but he was heavily injured. He was no match for Duanmu Tian. Even if he was unwilling, what could he do? He could only choose to leave. Human cultivator, I will remember you. You will not leave the underground world alive. The white-haired Azura glared at Duanmu Tian, then led the demons away. Duanmu Tian naturally scoffed at the white-haired Azura's threat. After obtaining the 9 Netherworld Yellow Spring, he planned to leave. Who could stop him? After the white-haired Azura left, Duanmu Tian was so excited that his whole body trembled. The 9 Netherworld Yellow Spring was about to belong to him. Duanmu Tian flew towards the valley, wanting to collect the 9 Netherworld Yellow Spring. But at this moment he saw a scene that made his eyes pop out of their sockets. A young man came out of the forest and came to the 9 Netherworld Yellow Spring. He took out a porcelain bottle and collected all the 9 Netherworld Yellow Spring. That young man was none other than Lin Feng. Ah, I want your life! Duanmu Tian's eyes turned red when he saw this. He roared furiously, his eyes filled with endless killing intent. Chapter 49. Duanmu Tian had paid a huge price to kill over 100 cultivators who had come to snatch the 9th Underworld Yellow Spring water. He had also fought a bloody battle with the underground demons. The Heavenly Wolf mercenary group had lost close to 200 experts, and he had also spent a lot of effort to defeat the underground demons led by White Azura. He was about to reap the fruits of his labor, but at that moment Lin Feng appeared. In the end, he had paid a huge price, but it was all for naught. It was a maddening feeling. Haha, this 9th Underworld Yellow Spring water is mine. Lin Feng directly put the 9th Underworld Yellow Spring water into his storage ring. Shoot! Kill him! Duanmu Tian roared furiously. The Heavenly Wolf mercenary group quickly took out their bows and arrows. Asterisk whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Asterisk a dense number of arrows shot towards Lin Feng. But Lin Feng was already in the middle of the forest. He hid behind a gigantic tree, and all the arrows missed him. Then he jumped into the forest and disappeared. Chase! Chase him! You must catch him! I want to tear him to pieces! Duanmu Tian roared hysterically. The hatred between him and Lin Feng was both new and old. Previously, Lin Feng had killed more than 10 Heavenly Wolf mercenaries. He had fought with Lin Feng, and Lin Feng had successfully escaped. Duanmu Tian had been extremely angry at that time. A mere cultivator had actually escaped from the hands of a martial master expert. Duanmu Tian had felt humiliated. But in just a few days, Lin Feng had snatched away the 9th Underworld Yellow Spring water that originally belonged to him. Duanmu Tian had gone completely mad. The Heavenly Wolf mercenary group had all moved out to search for Lin Feng's whereabouts. But if a dragon entered the sea, who could do anything? In a hidden cave, Lin Feng sat cross-legged. He took out the bottle containing the 9th Underworld Yellow Spring water, and his face was full of joy. The mountain and sea scripture says that this is a rare treasure of heaven and earth. It can temper the body and increase one's cultivation. I wonder if the contents of the mountain and sea scripture are true? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. However, he did not hesitate and opened the cork. Gulp, gulp, gulp. He gulped down the Netherworld Yellow Spring water in 3 mouthfuls. Boom! As soon as the 9 Underworld Yellow Springs water entered his body, an unimaginably terrifying power exploded within his body. That power was simply too explosive. Pooh! Lin Feng was shaken to the point of spitting out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with shock. Lin Feng could clearly feel the power of the 9 nether yellow springs wreaking havoc in his body, as if it was about to explode. In truth, Lin Feng did not know that the yellow springs of the 9 serenities could not be consumed directly. The medicinal properties of this thing were too violent. A cultivator's body would not be able to withstand it. Many medicinal ingredients would have to be added to ease the violent medicinal properties. However, Lin Feng didn't know anything about the netherworld yellow spring. The only bit of understanding he had was from the classic of mountains and seas, which recorded myths and folklore. Now that Lin Feng had consumed the 9 nether yellow springs water directly, there was indeed a terrifying situation. Lin Feng felt that his body would explode at any time from the violent power within his body. At this critical moment of life and death, Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the ground with strong willpower. Then he began to circulate the Archean dragonesque elephant skill. Archean dragonesque elephant, suppressing the world. Roar. In Lin Feng's dantian, the shadow of an Archean dragonesque elephant condensed. The Archean dragonesque elephant stepped on the ground with its head above the sky. With a loud roar, billions of space-time collapsed. The violent power in Lin Feng's body suddenly became gentle. Lin Feng, who had a painful expression, also calmed down. The energy of the 9 nether yellow springs began to be absorbed by Lin Feng's body. One day later, boom! A terrifying aura came out of the cave. Haha! I've finally broken through to the warrior 10th heaven. Lin Feng laughed out loud. He rushed out of the cave and arrived in front of a 1,000-meter-tall mountain. "Huh!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. He threw a punch at the mountain. There was a rumbling sound. The entire mountain was shattered into pieces and collapsed to the ground. One punch, just one punch. A 1,000-meter-tall mountain was shattered by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's face was filled with joy. After breaking through, his strength had reached 128,000 jin. When the 3 devouring martial spirits were activated, his strength could reach a terrifying 384,000 jin. This 9 nether yellow springs water is really good. It allowed me to break through directly. I'm getting closer and closer to breaking through to the martial master realm. Lin Feng's face was filled with a smile. He did not stop and quickly left. Lin Feng did not leave the underground world. He continued to walk towards the depths of the underground world. Roar! Suddenly, a deep roar was heard. In the forest, 3 10-meter-tall giant demons appeared. They were holding giant axes, and they smashed towards Lin Feng. Subterranean giant demons. Lin Feng was shocked. These subterranean giant demons had low intelligence, but great strength. They were perfect for attacking cities. During this period of time, many cities in the country of Zhen Wu had been attacked by the demons. These subterranean giant demons had played a huge role. These monsters had huge bodies and immense strength. With the huge axes in their hands, they could smash a hole in the city walls with just one swing. Facing the subterranean giant demon's attack, Lin Feng jumped lightly and stepped on the subterranean giant demon's arm. Then he suddenly shot up and reached the same height as the subterranean giant demon. Swoosh! The cold sword was unsheathed. Puff! A cold light flashed and blood splattered. Lin Feng's sword directly tore open the subterranean giant demon's neck. Roar! The subterranean giant demon let out a painful roar. Then its huge body fell to the ground and it died. The 2nd and 3rd subterranean giant demons also attacked. Lin Feng also relied on his agile body to deal with the subterranean giant demons. These monsters had great strength, but because of their huge bodies, their movements were clumsy. Lin Feng grasped the subterranean giant demon's weakness and continuously dodged their attacks. Then he stabbed 2 more times. Puff! Puff! The 2 consecutive stabs directly tore open the necks of 2 subterranean giant demons. Blood splattered. The two subterranean giant demons, huge bodies, fell to the ground. After twitching violently a few times, they died. Lin Feng walked up and cut off the left ears of the three subterranean giant demons. This was the Academy's requirement. Cutting off a demon's left ear would give you the corresponding points. After Lin Feng put away the left ears of the three subterranean giant demons, he continued on his way to the depths of the subterranean world. At night, Lin Feng rested beside a small stream. He jumped onto a tree and slept. So, in the middle of the night, the sound of air being torn apart could be heard from afar. Lin Feng was startled awake. He saw 3 fiery balls of light flying towards him. Cultivators? So powerful. They can actually fly. Are they yin-yang experts? Chapter 50. 3 silhouettes landed next to a small stream. They took out water bags and filled them with water. No matter how strong a cultivator was, they still needed to drink water. Lin Feng was hiding in a tree when he saw the 3 of them. They were middle-aged cultivators with swords on their backs. They looked like sword immortals, said one of them. This time, the Blood Demon Emperor and the Raging Flame Beast King are planning something big. They want to awaken the last remnant of the Netherworld Emperor's soul and create a demonic body for him. The Netherworld Emperor was one of the 72 demon emperors of the Middle Ages. If he comes back to life, he'll definitely cause a calamity. Right now, the Heavenly Saint City Lord, Murong Sangcheong, is personally holding back the Netherworld Emperor, while the Sun Moon City Lord, Lu Zihua, is holding back the Inferno Demon King. So the 2 of them can't come to the Netherworld Emperor's resurrection ceremony. Right now, the one in charge of the ceremony is the Blood Demon Emperor's eldest disciple, the 9-headed Azura. We have to stop him. There's no time to lose. Let's go. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 of them soared into the sky and quickly disappeared without a trace. The Netherworld Emperor's resurrection? Lin Feng was astonished. According to the classic of mountains and seas, during the Middle Ages, the demonic beasts had caused chaos and engulfed the entire Tianwu continent. This calamity had caused countless lives to be lost. Countless human powers had been destroyed, and the demonic devils had practically taken over the entire martial heaven continent. On the demon side, there were 72 demon emperors, and one of them was the Netherworld Emperor. The Netherworld Emperor was extremely terrifying. He was ranked 3rd amongst the 72 demon emperors. Back then, the human race had been in imminent danger. At the critical moment, 8 strong cultivators had suddenly appeared and led the human race in a counterattack. They had defeated the demonic beasts. These 8 human ancestors were known as the 8 heroes of the Middle Ages. Tens of thousands of years had passed, and the strong cultivators of the Middle Ages had long since died. However, the demon race had some terrifying secret techniques that could revive the dead. If the Netherworld Emperor was revived, it would definitely be a disaster. Let's go. I'll go and take a look. Lin Feng jumped down from the tree and headed towards the depths of the underground world. 10 days later, Lin Feng arrived in front of an ancient city. This ancient city was extremely huge, like a prehistoric beast that resided on the ground. It was heavy and oppressive. Countless fiendish demons were patrolling around the ancient city. For example, vampire bats, flying Azuras, undying Ikshas, and so on. The entire ancient city was tightly guarded. There were also many cultivators hiding in the forest. As expected, this is the nest of the demons. Do they want to revive the Netherworld Great Emperor here? Lin Feng also hid in the forest and looked at the ancient city. In the forest, the atmosphere was oppressive. Clearly, many powerful forces had come from the divine prefecture of the East County, but these forces were still waiting for an opportunity to attack the city. At this moment, in the depths of the ancient city, there was a huge mansion that was heavily guarded. In a large hall, a tall expert with 9 heads stood with his hands behind his back as he read a piece of paper. There were 9 men dressed in imperial robes on the painting. The 9 men in the picture were very lifelike, like 9 holy emperors. When people looked at them, They felt like prostrating themselves before them. Thump, thump. A dozen fiendish demons looked at the picture and couldn't withstand the pressure. They knelt down on the ground. "Master, what picture is that?" asked a strong demon standing next to the nine-headed Asura. That person hadn't knelt down because of the pressure, which meant that he was terrifyingly strong. "It's the immemorial Nine Emperor's picture," said the nine-headed Asura. "Master," said the nine-headed Asura. "Ah, the immemorial Nine Emperor's picture? It's that treasure? The 9 people in the picture are the 9 holy emperors of the demon race?" asked the strong demon, astonished. "Indeed, they're the 9 holy emperors of the demon race. According to legends, the 9 emperors' picture contains a great secret. I've studied it for a long time, but I haven't been able to understand its mysteries. The 9 emperors' picture is a treasure that disappeared with the Netherworld Great Emperor. Now it's reappeared in the world. When the Netherworld Great Emperor is revived, I'll give it to him," said the nine-headed Asura. "I'll give it to him," said the nine-headed Asura. "Master, why don't you take it for yourself?" asked the fiendish demon next to him. The nine-headed Asura looked hesitant. He said, "Let's revive the Netherworld Great Emperor first. Then we'll talk about other things. How's the 9 heavens resurrection formation?" "It should be almost done, right?" asked the fiendish demon. "Master," someone said. At that moment, someone arrived. "Come in," said the nine-headed Asura. "Come in," said the nine-headed Asura. A skinny old beast came in and said, "Master, the 9 heavens resurrection formation is ready." "Very good, I'll take care of it now," said the nine-headed Asura. The nine-headed Asura walked outside. "Master, should we put the 9 emperors' picture away?" asked the leader of the fiendish demons. "Haha, no need. That's a treasure of the demon race. Anyone who touches it will die. Even if Murong Sangchum comes, he'll die if he dares touch the 9 emperors' picture. I hope that the strong cultivators of the human race will come and fight for the 9 emperors' picture. Then the 9 emperors' picture will be able to kill the strong cultivators of the human race and save us a lot of effort," said the nine-headed Asura. The nine-headed Asura laughed out loud before turning into a streak of light and dashing out. The fiendish demons were astonished. They hadn't thought that the 9 emperors' picture would be so powerful. "Let's go and protect the master," shouted the leader of the fiendish demons. A group of powerful fiendish demons also rushed out. There was a gigantic altar in the center of the ancient city. There were 9 pitch-black cauldrons in the center of the altar. Earth fire was burning under the cauldrons. The 9 cauldrons were arranged in the shape of the 8 trigrams, and there was an ancient formation around the altar. This was a heaven-defying formation called the 9 heavens soul resurrection formation. It was also an extremely vicious formation. This was because the activation of the 9 heavens soul resurrection formation required the souls of 199,999 people as fuel. Not one more, not one less. Therefore, every time the 9 heavens resurrection formation was activated, people would be plunged into misery and suffering. But now, the fiendish demons had invaded the East Country and massacred countless people. It was all for the sake of activating the 9 heavens resurrection formation to revive the Netherworld Emperor. 9-headed Asura floated above the 9 cauldrons and took out a gourd. Then 9-headed Asura opened the gourd. A large number of souls flew out. "Ah, I died so miserably." "Why? I don't want to die." Miserable screams could be heard. Ghosts wept and gods howled, and a cold wind swept through the area. Even Lin Feng, who was hiding in the forest outside the city, could hear the mournful cries. What's going on in the ancient city? Lin Feng felt his scalp go numb. The 9-headed Asuras poured their souls into the 9 demonic tripod. 9 cauldrons burn the souls, reverse destiny, summon the heavens, and revive the netherworld. 9-headed Asura suddenly roared. 9 heavens resurrection formation, activate. 9-headed Asura's roar shook the sky. The The 9 cauldrons emitted an extremely powerful energy that poured into the formation around them. Buzz! An ancient and mysterious evil formation was activated. An endless amount of demonic chi soared into the sky. Within the demonic chi, there was an aura that could destroy the entire world. A deep roar could be heard. Who is awakening the Netherworld Emperor's soul that has been sleeping for countless years? A deep roar could be heard. The Netherworld Emperor is really reviving the Netherworld Emperor. Lin Feng was shocked. Chapter 51. The demons are causing chaos and killing people. The people have no way to make a living. Cultivators of Sky Saint City, we must lead the world and kill all the demons. It was at this moment that a long howl shook the heavens and earth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures sprang into the sky. These people were all standing on flying swords. They were like sword immortals as they charged towards the ancient city. The sun and moon rise from the east, and the bright moon illuminates my heart. Cultivators of Sun Moon City, slay the demons and protect the peace of the Divine Prefecture in the East County. Just as the cultivators of Heaven Divine City flew out, more experts appeared. More than 100 figures appeared. These people were wearing Dharma robes and could use the power of the Dharma robes to fly in the air. They also flew towards the ancient city. The demons have wreaked havoc in our lands. The Verdant Tiger Legion will slay all the demons and defend our land. A loud roar was heard as a burly man riding a giant tiger appeared. He held a blood-colored axe in his hand. Behind him, shouts shook the heavens as a dense army appeared. Tiger Legion. Lin Feng was shocked. No one in the Jianwu Empire didn't know about the Verdant Tiger Legion. It was the most powerful army in the Jianwu Empire. Ever since the establishment of the Jianwu Empire, the Verdant Tiger Legion had been established. For the past 3,000 years, the Verdant Tiger Legion had been unhindered in all directions. They had fought against empires hundreds of times and had never been defeated. It was the Jianwu Empire's illustrious and undefeatable legion. Although the soldiers of the Tiger Legion were not as strong as the cultivators of Sky Saint City and Sun Moon City, they had crawled out from piles of corpses on the battlefield, so they were full of vitality. The 3,000 Mang Tiger army moved out. That powerful blood, chi, condensed together and actually formed a blood cloud. The blood cloud was like an incomparably huge pillar that spiraled in the sky. A huge, blood-colored wolf condensed and howled. Vital essence smoke. Lin Feng exclaimed in shock. According to the classic of mountains and seas, when a cultivator's blood, chi, and soul essence were condensed to the limit, they could form essence chi smoke. If one were to encounter such a person, they would have to stay far away. This kind of person was unafraid of death. The 3,000 Mang Tiger army was prepared to face death. They wanted to wipe out the demons and devils and protect the great rivers and mountains of the true martial country. Looking at the 3,000 Mang Tiger army, Lin Feng also felt his blood boil. Lin Feng was also a citizen of the true martial country. His father, grandfather, and relatives were all citizens of the true martial country. This spirit of sacrificing one's life to protect the country infected Lin Feng and stimulated his courage. Wild Dragon Mercenary Group! Starry Pavilion, one powerful force after another appeared. Countless cultivators rushed out and charged towards the ancient city. Obviously, many forces had come. In the divine land of the East County, other than the 10 ancient cities, there were countless forces of various sizes. Now that the resurrection of the Netherworld Great Emperor was very serious, many great powers had sent out experts to encircle and annihilate him. We have to stop the attack of the humans. The 9-headed Azura roared. Yes, sir. The experts of the monster race and demon race also rushed towards the experts of the human race. Kill! Battle cries could be heard everywhere. The army of demons and the experts of the human race were engaged in a fierce battle. Lin Feng pulled out his sword and also rushed into the ancient city. It was just like what Lin Feng had said to Zhang Qiqi before. He was willing to use his 3-foot-long Qingfeng sword to drink the blood of the demons. Roar! A gigantic demon's roar shook the earth. It was holding a gigantic stone club and was moving towards Lin Feng. If the club hit him, he would definitely be smashed into meat paste. However, it was not easy to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng jumped up and dodged the underground giant demon's attack. After a few jumps, he jumped into the air and pierced the underground giant demon's neck with his sword. There was a rumbling sound. The underground giant demon's huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. It was dead. Little brother, you're good. You killed an underground giant demon so easily. A cultivator in the distance laughed. Hee, I was just lucky. Lin Feng cupped his fists. The cultivators of the human race broke through the gate of the ancient city and charged into the city. This battle was extremely tragic. Blood flowed like a river. Fellow cultivators of the Yin-Yang realm, let's attack the 9 heavens resurrection array together. We must stop the 9-headed Asura. Okay. More than 10 figures rushed into the sky. They were all Yin-Yang realm cultivators. Lin Feng was shocked. Yin-Yang realm cultivators were rumored to have a lifespan of 1,000 years. They could fly and burrow into the ground. To ordinary people, they were like gods. Stop them! The 9-headed Asura roared. Swoosh! 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 Powerful demons also rushed into the sky and charged towards the Yin-Yang realm cultivators. As for the fiendish demons, they were also filled with experts. Lin Feng did not have the ability to stop the 9-headed Asura from reviving the Netherworld Emperor. Therefore, he did his best to kill the demons. Those who kill the human race should be killed. Those who bully the human race should be killed. Those who humiliate the human race should be killed. Swoosh! 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 One demon after another was killed by Lin Feng. Suddenly, the mysterious demonic orb in Lin Feng's dantian emitted a shocking fluctuation. Huh, what's going on? Lin Feng was shocked. The mysterious demonic orb rarely changed. Now that it had changed in the ancient city, Lin Feng was alarmed. The mysterious demonic orb emitted a powerful aura that led Lin Feng deeper into the ancient city. Lin Feng went deep into the ancient city and finally arrived outside a huge mansion. This is the mansion. Why is the mysterious demonic orb emitting such a powerful fluctuation? Why is it leading me here? Lin Feng was shocked. This mansion was indeed different. There were dozens of demons guarding it. Other places were not guarded by demons. Lin Feng jumped into the mansion, but he was discovered by the demons. A huge battle broke out. Die, human boy! Dozens of ferocious beasts surrounded Lin Feng. You'll be the ones to die. Lin Feng went berserk. He circulated the archaic, dragonesque elephant art, and an endless amount of power poured into the 3 black holes. The 3 black holes were activated, and a magnetic field formed around Lin Feng, restricting the demon's movements. Lin Feng displayed his godly strength and slaughtered all the beasts. Then, Lin Feng rushed into the main hall. His gaze was instantly attracted by a picture hanging in the middle of the hall. On the picture were 9 sage emperors. Some of them had the body of a snake and the head of a human, while others looked like a qilin. When Lin Feng looked at the picture, he sensed a monstrous pressure enveloping his entire body. That pressure was so oppressive that Lin Feng almost knelt down on the ground. What picture is this? I only took a look and it's forcing me to kneel? How terrifying! Lin Feng quickly retracted his gaze. He muttered, "The mysterious demonic orb is acting strangely. It must be because of this picture. I think it's called the 9 Emperors picture. It must be a treasure. Whatever, I'll take it first." Lin Feng stretched out his hand to grab the 9 Emperors picture. Impudent! At that moment, a dignified voice suddenly rang out in Lin Feng's mind. A terrifying aura spread out from the 9 Emperors picture and rushed towards Lin Feng. That aura wanted to crush Lin Feng's body. It was too terrifying. Chapter 52. Lin Feng had never experienced such a terrifying thing. He felt as if his body was about to explode. This kind of power was simply unstoppable. This was the power of the Nine Emperors diagram. The Nine Emperors diagram was indeed terrifying. No matter who wanted to steal it, they would be attacked by it. Archean dragonesque elephant, protect my true body. At this moment of life and death, Lin Feng crazily circulated the Archean dragonesque elephant skill, hoping to resist the pressure of the Nine Emperors diagram. When the Archean dragonesque elephant skill circulated, the power of the Archean dragonesque elephant flowed through his body. Lin Feng immediately felt that the violent power in his body that was about to explode began to calm down. Lin Feng's face was filled with joy. The Archean dragonesque elephant skill was indeed effective. It was worthy of being called the number 1 Archean forbidden divine skill. However, the attack of the Nine Emperors diagram was obviously not that simple. Those who blaspheme the holy emperors shall die. The cold voice once again resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Boom! Lin Feng only felt his body shake. In his mind, 9 mysterious and terrifying existences appeared. One of them had the body of a snake and 3 eyes. One of them was the size of a cow and looked like a tiger. It had the fur of a hedgehog and wings. One of them looked like a human, but it had 18 pairs of wings. One of them was the shape of a great rock. One of them was the body of a tiger, and its entire body was snow white. It was the white tiger beast. One of them was surrounded by flames, and was the phoenix divine bird that had been reborn in flames. One of them was the shape of a qilin, and had a huge mouth that could swallow an entire planet. One of them was the shape of a gigantic beast that was extremely huge and could travel through the void. It was the legendary void beast. One of them was the combination of a tortoise and a snake. It was the black tortoise. There were 9 of them. The 9 holy emperors of the holy emperors diagram. Lin Feng was shocked. The existences that appeared in his mind were the 9 holy emperors of the holy emperors diagram. They were existences from the ancient era. Every sage emperor possessed the power to destroy the heavens. It was unknown what kind of earth-shattering figure had painted the faces of the 9 saint emperors on the 9 emperors' portrait. Even after hundreds of millions of years, the divine might of the 9 saint emperors still swept across the heavens. Anyone who dared to spy on the 9 emperors diagram would be attacked by the 9 saint emperors, just like what Lin Feng was experiencing now. The 9 saint emperors appeared in his mind. The saint emperors were powerful, mysterious, and dignified. They emitted an aura that caused one's soul to tremble. Lin Feng's soul, he was trembling. Compared to these ancient sacred sovereigns, Lin Feng was still too weak. Despicable ant, how dare you touch the 9 emperors' painting? You'll pay with your life. A deep roar resounded in Lin Feng's mind. One of the Saint Kings attacked, sending a palm strike towards Lin Feng's soul. Boom! It was as if an ancient divine mountain was crushing down. At this moment, Lin Feng felt the danger of death. Danger! 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 At this moment of extreme danger, suddenly the void trembled, and a mysterious demonic pearl appeared in the air above Lin Feng's mind. When the Saint Emperor's attack came, all of its energy was devoured by the mysterious pearl. Demonic pearl! Seeing the pearl fly out at this crucial moment, Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. The origin of this demonic pearl was mysterious, and it was filled with countless secrets. He had found the 9 emperors' portrait because of the pearl's guidance. Now that the 9 saint emperors had appeared, the mysterious pearl had also appeared. How can this be? Impossible. It hasn't been destroyed yet. These demon sacred rulers seemed to recognize the origin of the mysterious demonic bead. When they saw the mysterious demonic bead, the 9 lofty sacred rulers actually had a look of fear in their eyes. Destroy it! The 9 saint emperors roared. They all attacked at once. The earth-shattering attack blasted towards the mysterious demonic bead. Ancient dragonesque elephant, Saint Emperor descends. Just as the 9 saint emperors attacked, A deep roar resounded through the world. Demonic chi filled the sky within the mysterious pearl. Above the mysterious pearl, the body of an ancient dragonesque elephant condensed. This ancient dragonesque elephant stepped on the ground, and above its head was a sea of stars. Its eyes seemed to be able to shatter the universe. The ancient dragonesque elephant has appeared. Lin Feng looked at the ancient dragonesque elephant, floating above his mind in shock. When Lin Feng had first obtained the mysterious pearl, his divine consciousness had entered the space formed by the mysterious pearl. Within the mysterious pearl, Lin Feng saw an ancient dragonesque elephant bound by huge chains. It roared at the sky, trying to break free from the chains. However, the ancient dragonesque elephant failed. After that, Lin Feng's divine consciousness was expelled from the mysterious pearl. Lin Feng didn't know if what he saw was real, but Lin Feng knew that this mysterious pearl was definitely related to the ancient dragonesque elephant. This mysterious demonic orb was hiding a huge secret, now that the mysterious pearl had manifested the ancient dragonesque elephant. Lin Feng wasn't surprised at all. When the ancient dragonesque elephant appeared, Lin Feng felt as if the entire world had stopped. Boom! The ancient dragonesque elephant took a step forward. The 9 Saint Emperor's attacks instantly collapsed. Boom! The ancient dragonesque elephant took a second step. The 9 Saint Emperors were sent flying. Ah! Ancient dragonesque elephant, we are willing to submit. Don't destroy our remnant while in the 9 Emperors diagram. The 9 Saint Emperors actually cried out in fear. As strong as they were, they couldn't withstand the ancient dragonesque elephant's attack. Lin Feng was shocked. No wonder he almost died. It turned out that the 9 Emperors diagram contained the will of the 9 Saint Emperors. Even if a yin-yang powerhouse came and wanted to steal the 9 Emperors diagram, he would be instantly defeated by the will of the 9 Saint Emperors diagram, right? The ancient dragonesque elephant had no intention of letting the 9 Saint Emperors go. Boom! The ancient dragonesque elephant took a third step. Boom! The 9 Saint Emperors' bodies directly exploded. Whoosh! The ancient dragonesque elephant suddenly inhaled, and the energy of the 9 Saint Emperors after they were blasted was all devoured by the ancient dragonesque elephant. At the same time, after absorbing the energy of the 9 Saint Emperors, Lin Feng could clearly feel that the mysterious pearl was emitting an extremely terrifying energy wave. This energy wave swept across the heavens and earth, shaking the surroundings. It made the mountains and rivers lose their color, and the sun and moon lose their light. This energy seemed to be able to destroy the heavens. However, it was only for a moment, and the mysterious pearl returned to its calm state. The ancient dragonesque elephant floating above his mind also disappeared without a trace. Phew! Lin Feng panted heavily. It was really a close call just now. He was almost destroyed by the will of the 9 Saint Emperors diagram. But fortunately, the mysterious pearl was powerful. Chapter 53. In the darkness, Lin Feng quickly rushed out of the city. The 9 Emperors diagram was a treasure of the demons. Now that Lin Feng had stolen it, he knew that he couldn't stay here any longer. If the demons found out, it would be troublesome. But now, the demons didn't have time to care about him, so it was the best time for him to leave. Now, the smoke of war engulfed the entire ancient city. The demons kept attacking Lin Feng. Lin Feng was holding a long sword in his hand. He had finally arrived at the outskirts of the ancient city. Haha, I'm out. The 9 Emperors diagram is mine. Lin Feng smiled. At this moment, the battle in the ancient city had reached its climax. The experts from both sides were fighting fiercely. The void was about to be torn apart. The experts of the yin-yang realm had the power to move the stars. This kind of battle was extremely terrifying. A yin-yang realm expert could collapse a mountain range. This was the terrifying part of the yin-yang realm experts. Roar! At this moment, a deep roar resounded through the clouds. Lin Feng looked into the ancient city and was shocked. A 3,000-meter tall figure stood up. He was shrouded in darkness, as if he was the ruler of the darkness. "Oh, great Nether Emperor, I, your lowly servant, am willing to sacrifice countless lives to awaken your undying spirit." The nine-headed Azura knelt on the ground and prayed excitedly. If the Netherworld Emperor could really be revived, the nine-headed Azura would have done a great service. With the Netherworld Emperor's strength, he could even help the nine-headed Azura change his fate and break through the shackles of the Yin-Yang realm. "I can feel the power of life," the mountain-like being said in a deep voice. He opened his bloody mouth and took a deep breath. In the Nine Supremes' demonic cauldrons, the densely packed souls were all devoured by the Netherworld Emperor. The Netherworld Emperor's body emitted a terrifying aura. It swept through the sky as if it was going to destroy everything. That aura made people's souls tremble. "Stop him! We have to stop the Netherworld Emperor," an expert from Sun Moon City roared. Holding a long sword in his hand, he soared into the sky and charged towards the Netherworld Great Emperor. "Ignite my battle blood, forge my battle sword, and slay all demons." The experts from Sun Moon City took the initiative to attack the Netherworld Emperor. Following that, another 5 or 6 experts from Sun Moon City soared into the sky and charged towards the Netherworld Emperor. After the experts from Sun Moon City made their move, 6 or 7 people from Sky Saint City also shot into the sky. These were usually mysterious Yin-Yang realm experts. In the eyes of countless people, cultivators at their level were like immortals unfathomable. Dozens of Yin-Yang realm experts all charged towards Netherworld Emperor. The Netherworld Emperor sneered, "Despicable ants, you think you can stop my resurrection? You're dreaming." Rumble. Netherworld Emperor waved his right hand, and his mountain-like right hand blasted towards the dozen Yin-Yang experts. Bang! The sound of a violent collision resounded through the sky. More than a dozen Yin-Yang realm experts were sent flying by the Netherworld Emperor. Puff! Even though they were extremely strong, they still coughed up blood. The Netherworld Emperor was truly too terrifying. Even though he hadn't really resurrected, his strength had already surpassed the strength of Yin-Yang realm cultivators. Actually, this wasn't something that couldn't be understood. All those years ago, the Netherworld Emperor was a figure that was ranked in the top 3 amongst the 72 Devil Emperors. He turned the heavens upside down, grabbed the stars in the Outer Realm with his bare hands, and was capable of blasting apart an Outer Realm with a single punch. That was the Netherworld Emperor. Can't we stop him? The Yin-Yang realm cultivators from Sun Moon City and Sky Saint City were extremely pale. Everyone stared at the 3,000 feet tall figure in astonishment. There was only fear left in everyone's heart. The Netherworld Emperor is really terrifying. Lin Feng's face was filled with astonishment. "Billions of galaxies, rebuild my body. The Netherworld Emperor will not die. Rebuild my godly body." The Netherworld Emperor let out a deep roar. Boom! Above the 9 heavens, countless stars appeared. Endless starlight poured down from the starry river and poured into the body of the Netherworld Great Emperor. The Netherworld Emperor's chi was becoming stronger and stronger. He was using the essence of the sun and the moon to rebuild his body. The Netherworld Emperor was really going to resurrect. The Great Emperor will never die. The Great Emperor will never die. Countless beasts and demons knelt on the ground. The human cultivators trembled when they sensed the Netherworld Emperor's chi. This was fear that burst out from the depths of his soul. They couldn't suppress the fear in their hearts. "Netherworld Emperor, you're already dead. Why do you have to go against the will of the heavens?" said a cold voice at that moment. "Who is it? Who's hiding in the dark?" said the Netherworld Emperor coldly. He looked around, and his huge eyes shot out a cold light. "I see you, human ant. Die!" Boom, boom, boom. The Netherworld Emperor stretched out his right hand and threw a punch. Even the sky collapsed in an instant. The aura that emanated from it shattered the entire mountain range. The strength of the Netherworld Emperor was really formidable to an unfathomable extent. BZZZ. However, When the Netherworld Emperor was about to attack, the void trembled. A beam of sword chi flew out from the void. It was a golden sword chi. No one could describe how terrifying that sword chi was. A sword chi. The sword chi pierced through the void and slashed towards the Netherworld Emperor. The Netherworld Emperor wanted to destroy the sword chi with a punch. However, that sword chi actually directly chopped off the Netherworld Emperor's arm. Moreover, the Netherworld Great Emperor didn't seem to be affected at all. He continued flying towards the Netherworld Great Emperor. Icebound World. The Netherworld Great Emperor's roar shook the heavens. He exhaled a mouthful of air. An entire world seemed to be frozen. However, the sword chi was too terrifying. It tore apart the icebound world. The sword chi pierced through the Netherworld Emperor's body. What kind of sword chi is this? The Netherworld Emperor looked at the big hole in his chest in disbelief. That sword chi blasted his body apart. A sword that kills. In the darkness, the mysterious person spoke. His voice came to an abrupt stop. It was as if he had never appeared. Bang! The Netherworld Emperor's body exploded. His body disappeared. So strong! Who said that the sword Tao is a small Tao? Lin Feng felt his blood boil. The sword Tao could reach the heavens. Any Tao that was cultivated to the peak was terrifying. Sooner or later, I will be able to use a sword chi like that. Lin Feng clenched his fists and flew away. Very quickly, he disappeared into the darkness of the night. Chapter 54. The demonic Blood Emperor had teamed up with the Flaming Demon King in an attempt to revive the Netherworld Emperor, one of the 3 demon emperors of the Middle Ages. But in the end, the demonic Blood Emperor and the Flaming Demon King had failed. The mysterious expert had killed the Netherworld Emperor's remnant soul with a single slash. This incident had caused a huge uproar in the eastern divine region. Lin Feng returned to the Changha branch. The students of the Changha branch had been discussing this incident for the past few days. Among the 4 branches of the Jialan Academy, the Changha branch was known for its swordsmanship. Hence, it was regarded as an unorthodox branch and had the lowest status among the 4 branches. But now, the mysterious sword cultivator had killed the Netherworld Emperor's remnant soul, bringing glory to the sword cultivators. The students of the Changha branch were excited. Lin Feng handed over the demon's left ear and exchanged it for 90 million points. These points were enough for him to cultivate on the 12th level of the Cultivation Pagoda for 3 months. Lin Feng was now a martial artist, level 10 martial artist. He was only a step away from breaking through to the martial master realm. Of course, Lin Feng knew that it was not easy to break through to the martial master realm. There were many geniuses in the Jialan Academy, but there were only 72 students in the martial master realm. This showed how difficult it was to break through to the martial master realm. In the entire Jialan Academy, there were a total of 100,000 students in the inner and outer houses. 72 students who had broken through to the martial master realm were too few. Only by luck could one have a chance of breaking through. Nightfall. In his room, Lin Feng was studying the 9 Emperors diagram. The 9 Emperors diagram had been devoured by the primordial dragonesque elephant. The 9 Emperors diagram could no longer harm Lin Feng. Lin Feng dripped his blood on the 9 Emperors diagram. Instantly, Lin Feng felt a strange connection between himself and the 9 Emperors diagram. When he tried to communicate with the 9 Emperors diagram, Lin Feng felt the world spin. In the next moment, he arrived in a mysterious world. This world was ancient and boundless, like the primordial era. Who was the master of this boundless world? 9 ancient existences were entrenched in the 9 heavens. They were like immortal gods, causing people to have the urge to prostrate themselves in worship. 9 demonic saint emperors. Lin Feng was shocked. This was the world of the 9 emperors diagram. Heaven and earth and earth. To reverse the cycle of life and death. Gods and demons are extinguished. A deep voice resonated in Lin Feng's ears. Lin Feng gave a horrible shriek and fainted. Lin Feng woke up. He was lying on the bed with the 9 emperors painting beside him. His head was still in excruciating pain. The 9 emperors' scroll gave me so much information. Lin Feng was speechless. His godly consciousness entered the world of the 9 emperors diagram. The world of the 9 emperors diagram gave Lin Feng a huge amount of information. Lin Feng's soul almost collapsed. Lin Feng carefully recalled the information. It was very complicated. Some of it introduced the 9 demonic saint emperors. It even introduced what they had experienced. Most of these memories were from the 9 demonic saint emperors. Suddenly, Lin Feng looked surprised, because Lin Feng had read a shocking piece of information. This piece of information recorded a method to create clones. It said, "This is a secret technique created by the 9 demonic saint emperors before they died. It can create 9 clones of the 9 demonic saint emperors. The clones of the 9 demonic saint emperors possess the terrifying strength of the 9 demonic saint emperors when they were alive. If you find the remnant souls of the 9 demonic saint emperors in the universe, you will be able to control all their magical powers. When the clones of the 9 demonic saint emperors devour all the remnant souls of the 9 demonic saint emperors, they will be able to reach the strength of the 9 demonic saint emperors when they were alive." Isn't that too shocking? Lin Feng was dumbstruck. The 9 demonic saint emperors, any one of them, they were like ancient gods, worshipped by the people of the world. This secret technique required one to create 9 clones of the 9 demonic saint emperors. Most importantly, the clones of the 9 demonic saint emperors could absorb the remnant souls of the 9 demonic saint emperors in the universe until they reached the same level as the 9 demonic saint emperors. Does that mean that if I create 9 clones of the 9 demonic saint emperors, I will be able to create 9 more clones of the 9 demonic saint emperors? Lin Feng's face was filled with astonishment. It was rumored that many powerful cultivators would refine clones of themselves. These clones were equivalent to a cultivator's second life. It was said that if the cultivator's original body was killed, they could use the clones to revive. The clones of the 9 demonic saint emperors were probably a way to refine clones of themselves. You need to gather arcane spirit stones, earthly fiend stones, and 81 other materials. Then, find a place with densing energy and follow the instructions below. Lin Feng carefully read the method to refine the clones of the 9 demonic saint emperors. First, he needed to gather all the materials. Next, he needed to find a place with densing energy. Such a place was easy to find. The West Mountain of Jialan Academy was the burial ground of the Academy's ancestors. Due to the large number of people buried there, it was a place with dense Yin energy. Even if one went there during the day, the place would be filled with Yin winds, let alone at night. When one went there at night, one could even hear the cries of ghosts and howls of gods. Lin Feng spent 3 days to gather all the materials he needed. Then he took advantage of the night and quietly went to the West Mountain. There were still students patrolling the West Mountain during the day. However, at night, it was quiet and devoid of human activity. This was the first time Lin Feng had come to the West Mountain at night. As he entered the West Mountain, he could feel the Yin winds blowing. There were clusters of ghostly flames in the distance. Woo, woo, woo! The sound of the wind was mixed with a hair-raising sound. It sounded like the cries of ghosts. Even though Lin Feng was skilled and bold, coming here alone in the middle of the night and looking at the graves made his scalp tingle. However, if he wanted to refine the clones of the 9 demonic saint emperors, he could only do it at night. During the day, he was too obvious and would be easily discovered. Lin Feng braced himself and went to the deepest part of the West Mountain. The graves here were one after another, making one's hair stand on end. However, this was the place with the densest Yin energy. Lin Feng followed the method to refine the clones of the 9 demonic saint emperors. He found 9 places with the densest Yin energy and buried the materials underground. Then he left the West Mountain. Next, he would have to wait for some time. These materials would gather the Yin energy and condense it into the 9 demonic Saint Emperors. It would take about 3 months to half a year. After Lin Feng left the West Mountain, he entered the Cultivation Pagoda the next day to cultivate. Cultivation knew no time. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Lin Feng's cultivation had risen to the peak of the martial realm 10th firmament. He was only a step away from breaking through to the martial master realm. However, Lin Feng knew that breaking through to the martial master realm required an opportunity. After coming out of seclusion, Lin Feng went to take a look at the clones of the 9 demonic Saint Emperors. Now that the Yin energy had gathered, the clones of the 9 demonic Saint Emperors were about to be condensed. This made Lin Feng very excited. He estimated that it wouldn't be long before the clones of the 9 demonic Saint Emperors were successfully refined. Once the clones of the 9 demonic Saint Emperors were successfully refined, Lin Feng could borrow the power of the clones of the 9 demonic Saint Emperors. His combat strength would definitely soar. Chapter 55. There was a market in Jialan City called the Black Street. It was bustling with people coming and going. In the Black Street, there were all kinds of things that the outside world couldn't see the light of day. Many people liked to come to the Black Street to look for treasures. Lin Feng arrived at the Black Street. He planned to sell a demonic blood pill. Lin Feng had killed a demonic vampire bat in the past. Demonic vampire bats were very rare in the demon race. Demonic vampire bats that had cultivated to the martial master realm were even rarer. A demonic vampire bat of that level could condense a blood pill in its body. This blood pill contained the essence of the demonic vampire bat's blood. Demonic vampire bats were monsters that specialized in sucking blood. They could automatically condense essence. This blood pill contained an unimaginable amount of essence. If Lin Feng directly refined this blood pill, he might even try to break through to the martial master realm. However, the demonic vampire bat's blood pill contained the demonic vampire bat's poison, so cultivators couldn't directly refine it. Only an alchemist would be able to neutralize the toxins within it using a special method. The demonic vampire bat's demonic core was a necessity for refining many high-level pills. Lin Feng planned to sell this blood pill in the Black Street. He went to a few shops and asked them. They all bought it for around 1 million. The shops in the Black Street were all bought at a low price and sold at a high price. Lin Feng didn't plan to sell the blood pill in these shops. He went to the northeast corner of the Black Street. This was a place where cultivators could freely set up stalls in the Black Street. Cultivators could set up stalls here to sell whatever they wanted. Little brother, take a look at my qi replenishing pills. These qi replenishing pills are made from 72 different spiritual herbs. Each pill only costs 1,000 silver taels. Little brother, I just unearthed some treasures left behind by a yin-yang realm cultivator. Maybe there are some immortal treasures. Come and pick a few to protect yourself. Many people were trying to sell their things to Lin Feng. Lin Feng ignored them and walked to a corner where a young man was sitting cross-legged. This young man looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. He was thin, his eyes were closed, and his face was flushed. He seemed to have suffered some injuries. In front of him, there was a jet-black root. It was unknown what it was. Lin Feng sat down beside the young man. He took out the blood pill and placed it in front of him. Is this an ebony root? A middle-aged cultivator asked the young cultivator beside Lin Feng. The young cultivator opened his eyes and said, "This is a black spirit root." What, black spirit root? Little brother, you're not lying to me, are you? As far as I know, the black spirit root is the root of the black spirit tree, and it is guarded by powerful, ferocious beasts. How did you get the black spirit root? The middle-aged man questioned. If you don't believe me, you can leave. The young cultivator said coldly. Black spirit root? Is it really a black spirit root? When the surrounding cultivators heard this, they all gathered around and looked at the thumb-sized root. An old man observed it for a while and said, "It really is a black spirit root. It's the root of a black spirit tree that can produce mysterious underworld dark flame fruits." Black underworld dark flame fruit? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. It was recorded in the classic of mountains and seas that the mysterious underworld dark flame fruit was one of the world's spirit fruits. It was said that this kind of spirit fruit contained a mysterious and powerful energy. After a cultivator consumed it, they could use the energy of the mysterious underworld dark flame fruit to break through their cultivation. However, the root of the black spirit tree was not very useful, but it had a certain medicinal value. Plus, it was relatively rare, so it should be able to sell for a high price. "Little brother, how much do you plan to sell this black spirit root?" A cultivator asked. 5,000,000 taels of silver. The young cultivator said, "Hee, a black spirit root is not a mysterious underworld dark flame fruit. How can you sell it for 5,000,000 taels of silver? Even though it's rare, it's only worth 200,000 taels of silver at most. How about this? I'll give you 30,000 taels of silver. How about it?" An old man said, "I'm only selling to people who know their stuff. I won't sell it for less than 5,000,000 taels of silver." The young cultivator closed his eyes after he finished speaking. How preposterous. 5,000,000 taels of silver? You won't be able to sell it even if you spend your entire life. It's just a root, and he dares to sell it for 5,000,000 taels of silver? He's really crazy about money. The surrounding people gradually dispersed. Lin Feng was also somewhat apprehensive. He did not understand why this person insisted on selling it for 5,000,000 taels of silver. It was obviously not worth it. However, Lin Feng suspected that the young cultivator was injured. Could it be that he wanted to buy some kind of healing panacea? If that was the case, then it would explain why the young cultivator insisted on selling it for 500 taels of silver. However, Lin Feng only smiled indifferently. It was most likely the young cultivator's excuse. At that moment, a group of more than 10 people walked over from afar. The leader was a young man. They stopped in front of Lin Feng's small stall. "Hey, is that a blood pill?" The young man looked at the blood pill in front of Lin Feng in astonishment. "What? A blood pill? The blood pill of a demonic vampire bat? This thing is not common. I've only heard of it, but never seen it." Many people cried out in alarm when they heard this, and Lin Feng was completely surrounded. Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's right, this is indeed a blood pill. A blood pill condensed from a martial master level demonic vampire bat." A blood pill condensed from a martial master level demonic vampire bat? The young man's eyes lit up. He said, "A year ago I saw a blood pill in an elder's medicine room, but its quality was not as good as yours. It was condensed from a demonic vampire bat at the 9th heavenly layer. I want your blood pill. Men, give me the money." "Yes, sir." Immediately, a guard walked over and took out a stack of banknotes, handing them to Lin Feng. Each banknote was worth 100,000 taels, and there were 10 banknotes in total, which was 1,000,000 taels. Lin Feng shook his head and said, "A martial master level blood pill costs 5,000,000 taels outside, and it's priceless. I heard that a martial master level blood pill was sold at an auction many years ago, and the price was 12,000,000 taels. I didn't want to go to an auction because it was too troublesome, so I brought it here to sell. If you really want it, you can have it for 10,000,000 taels. Your 1,000,000 taels won't be enough to buy my blood pill." The young man smiled and said, "This is the Black Street, not an auction house. What's the price? I have the final say, not you." "You have the final say on the price of my things? Are you joking?" said Lin Feng indifferently. "Of course not, I'm serious. I want this blood pill for 1,000,000 taels." "All right, take the money and leave," said the young man in an indisputable tone. "How ridiculous. You can't leave without 10,000,000 taels," said Lin Feng coldly. The young man smiled coldly. "Little brat, I'm giving you face, but you don't want it." Chapter 56. That young man looked at Lin Feng with disdain. Maybe he was confident in his own strength. That's why he had dared to use force to buy and sell, and even humiliate Lin Feng. That's Xian Yuan Yu, from the Xian Yuan clan? Indeed, that's Xian Yuan Yu. I've heard that he's been studying cultivation with an incredible alchemist, but I've also heard that he's very aggressive. He's tried to force people to buy and sell on the black streets a few times, but he's from the Xian Yuan clan. The Xian Yuan clan is one of the 10 great clans of Jialan City. They're extremely strong, but Xian Yuan Yu is too arrogant, but there's nothing he can do about it. He's strong after all. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. That little boy is really unlucky. Xian Yuan, you managed to steal a blood pill for a cheap price of $1 million. He's going to lose everything. Everybody was talking. Everybody was looking at Lin Feng with pity. They all thought that Lin Feng was going to suffer. Oh, you're Xian Yuan Yu, right? You're from the Xian Yuan clan. You think you can force people to buy and sell just because you're from a great clan? You think you can humiliate me? Slap yourself 10 times. Otherwise, I don't mind helping the Xian Yuan clan teach their disciples how to behave. Lin Feng looked at Xian Yuan Yu icily. When he said that, the crowd burst into an uproar. Many people were staring at Lin Feng, dumbstruck. Was that guy crazy? How dare he talk to Xian Yuan Yu like that? How dare he ask Xian Yuan Yu to slap himself? Many people looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a madman. How dare he offend Xian Yuan Yu so brazenly? Was he courting death? Good. Someone dares talk to me like that. You don't want to live anymore, do you? Xian Yuan Yu was furious. He looked at Lin Feng with a sinister expression. He didn't try to hide his coldness at all. Xian Yuan Yu waved his hand and said, "Break his legs. Let him know that there are some people he can't afford to offend." "Yes, sir." One of Xian Yuan Yu's guards immediately stepped forward. "They're going to attack. That brat offended Xian Yuan Yu. I'm afraid he's going to die today." Many people began to discuss, looking at Lin Feng with pity. Today's matter was caused by Xian Yuan Yu's coercion. Everyone naturally felt sympathy for Lin Feng. However, no one dared to meddle in Xian Yuan Yu's affairs. "Brat, you dare to offend our young master? You really don't know what's good for you." The guard who stepped out had a hideous grin on his face as he threw a punch at Lin Feng. His punch was as fast as lightning, and his movements were as fierce as a tiger. His strength had reached the 9th celestial layer. Many people felt the guard's strength, and their expressions changed slightly. Many people shook their heads. They felt that Lin Feng wouldn't be able to resist. After all, Lin Feng looked like a 15 or 16-year-old boy. How could he resist Xian Yuan Yu's guard? Humph. At that moment, a cold laugh was heard. Everyone saw that Lin Feng had moved. He was like a shadow, extremely fast. Bang! In an instant, Lin Feng and Xian Yuan Yu's guard collided. A silhouette was sent flying. Wah! He coughed up blood in the air. What? How is that possible? Killed in one move. Many people cried out in surprise. All the onlookers were shocked. They looked at the handsome young man in disbelief. Xian Yuan Yu's guard. He was an expert of the 9th celestial layer. He hadn't even been able to resist one move. Was that young man really that strong? There was a thump. Xian Yuan Yu's guard fell to the ground. He held his broken arm and wailed. Looking at the injured guard, Xian Yuan Yu's face became gloomy. As the saying goes, before beating a dog, one has to look at its owner. Lin Feng had injured his guard. Xian Yuan Yu's heart became colder. "Take him down," Xian Yuan Yu said coldly. "Yes, young master." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. This time, more than a dozen guards beside Xian Yuan Yu moved out and surrounded Lin Feng. Seeing this scene, many people's expressions changed drastically. None of these guards were weak. Although Lin Feng had defeated one of Xian Yuan Yu's guards, it was only a one-on-one battle. But now Lin Feng was about to be surrounded. From the onlookers' point of view, this was destined to be a battle without any suspense. More than a dozen guards quickly rushed toward Lin Feng. Some punched some palms. They were coming at him ferociously. Lin Feng revealed a cold expression. At that moment he also moved. Swoosh! Like a bolt of lightning. Like a bolt of lightning. Lin Feng moved as fast as a cunning rabbit. He flashed through the crowd. Slap, 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 along with a resounding slap. Blood-curdling screams rang out one after another. One figure after another was sent flying backward. They were all Xian Yuanyu's guards. These guards were sent flying by Lin Feng's slap. They couldn't even withstand one move from Lin Feng. The surrounding cultivators were shocked by the scene before them. The corners of their mouths twitched violently. Who would have thought that a young man would have such a powerful cultivation? Could he be a genius from Jialan Academy? Someone whispered. Lin Feng was obviously not a disciple of an aristocratic family in Jialan City. The people of Jialan City knew clearly which geniuses were among the disciples of aristocratic families. There was only one explanation. Lin Feng was from Jialan Academy. That was a place where geniuses gathered. Lin Feng walked toward Xian Yuanyu step by step. Xian Yuanyu was under great pressure. Xian Yuanyu was an apprentice of an alchemist who specialized in alchemy. That was why his cultivation wasn't very strong. However, Xian Yuanyu wasn't afraid of Lin Feng, even though the situation wasn't good. He said coldly, "Did you know that my elder brother is Xian Yuanzhan? He's the second-ranked genius of Jialan Academy." Lin Feng naturally knew of Xian Yuanzhan's name. It was said that he was invincible in Jialan Academy. Even some elders were no match for him. Apart from the mysterious first-ranked genius, no one else in Jialan Academy was a match for Xian Yuanzhan. So what? Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile that wasn't a smile. "You're a student of Jialan Academy, right? You must apologize to me for what happened today. Otherwise, you can imagine what you'll experience in Jialan Academy." Xian Yuanyu threatened directly. It seemed like he had expected that Lin Feng would choose to submit. He was looking at Lin Feng in a condescending way. Bang! Lin Feng sneered and kicked Xian Yuanyu, sending him flying more than 10 meters away. Xian Yuanyu fell to the ground in a sorry state. Lin Feng strode over and stepped on Xian Yuanyu's body. He looked at Xian Yuanyu coldly. "Who do you think you are? How dare you threaten me?" Chapter 57. What? The onlookers stared at the scene before them with their mouths agape. Nobody had thought that Lin Feng would be so strong as to send Xian Yuanyu flying with a single kick. Could it be that this fellow was not worried about Xian Yuanzhan in Jialan Academy? Brat you! Xian Yuanyu's face darkened. He had never felt so humiliated before as Yang Fan was stepping on him. Xian Yuanyu had never felt so humiliated in his life. "Take out 15 million taels of silver, and I'll give the Xian Yuan clan some face and spare you today," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at Xian Yuanyu coldly. Xian Yuanyu wanted nothing more than to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. But he knew that he wasn't a match for Lin Feng. Besides, this little brat didn't seem to have any scruples. Xian Yuanzhan couldn't figure out Lin Feng's background. Xian Yuanyu knew that there were many powerful groups outside of Jialan City. Jialan City was only one of the main cities in Jianwu country. It wasn't ranked very high. The groups in Jialan City weren't ranked very high in Jianwu country. They were just local tyrants. Therefore, Xian Yuanyu decided to give in for the time being and investigate Lin Feng's background before deciding how to deal with Lin Feng. After all, revenge was a dish best served cold. Xian Yuanyu found an excuse to comfort himself. He suppressed his anger and said, "All right, I'll give you the money." Lin Feng withdrew his foot from Xian Yuanyu's body. Xian Yuanyu crawled up from the ground and took out 15 million taels of silver. Before Xian Yuanyu had left, the elders of his family had asked him to buy a large amount of spiritual medicine. But now he had no choice but to give it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took the money and looked at Xian Yuanyu coldly. "You can scram now." Xian Yuanyu's heart was filled with hatred, but he knew that he wasn't strong enough to defeat Yang Kai. He had no choice but to hide his hatred. He quickly walked away and disappeared without a trace. The onlookers also gradually dispersed, but many people were still discussing spiritedly. The battle just now was really brilliant. Who would have thought that Xian Yuanyu, the young master of a big clan, would actually suffer such a big loss in that battle? Lin Feng came to the side of the young cultivator who was peddling the black spirit root, took out 5 million taels of silver, and handed it to him. Then Lin Feng kept the black spirit root. "How should I address you?" The young cultivator was obviously surprised. He did not expect that someone would really spend 5 million taels of silver to purchase a black spirit root. However, he quickly regained his composure. "Jialan Academy, Lin Feng." The young cultivator nodded, turned around, and walked away. "Little brother, you've been tricked. A black spirit root is worth at most 300,000 taels of silver. It's not worth 5 million taels of silver." "That's right, little brother. That guy is obviously trying to extort you." Many people were talking at once. Lin Feng smiled and bid farewell to everyone. How could he not know that a black spirit root was not worth 5 million taels of silver? However, Lin Feng was naturally kind and open-minded. When he saw that the young cultivator was in trouble, he helped him. It could be considered as accumulating virtue and doing good deeds. After that, the days returned to normal. Lin Feng cultivated diligently every day, hoping to break through to the martial master realm. However, it was obvious that breaking through to the martial master realm was not an easy task. There are only 2 more months until the 4 Academies tournament. "I hope I can break through before then," Lin Feng muttered. The 4 Academies tournament was a tournament between the 4 academies of the inner courtyard. It was held once every 3 years. The 4 Academies tournament would rank the geniuses of the inner courtyard. Those who were ranked at the top would not only win glory for their respective academies, but they would also receive a lot of rewards. The higher one's ranking was, the more generous the monthly benefits they would receive from the academy. For example, Lin Feng could only receive 30 ordinary qi replenishing pills every month. However, those who were ranked at the top could receive the Great Strength Latent Dragon Pill. If Lin Feng consumed 1 Great Strength Latent Dragon Pill every day, his cultivation would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. However, the Great Strength Latent Dragon Pill was personally refined by an elder of Jialan Academy. There was a limited supply of it, and it was simply priceless. No matter how rich one was, one could not buy it outside. Therefore, many students cultivated diligently, striving to get a good ranking in the 4 Academies tournament that was held once every 3 years. This would affect whether one would use the Qi replenishing pill or the Great Strength Laden Dragon Pill to cultivate for the next 3 years. The difference between the two was unimaginable. Lin Feng did not dare to slack off. With a loud shout, he leaped out and punched out in all directions. He was practicing the crushing fist. After 2 hours, Su Zimo arrived at Lin Feng's place. "Junior brother Lin, senior brother Zhang, he asked me to look for you. He said that senior brother Hua Xuanli was looking for you." Su Zimo said, "Hua Xuanli? The one who is ranked 7th in the inner courtyard?" Lin Feng asked in surprise. "That's right, it's him." Su Zimo nodded hurriedly. Lin Feng was a little puzzled. He did not seem to have any relationship with Hua Xuanli. Hua Xuanli was more mysterious in the inner courtyard and rarely appeared. Lin Feng had been in the inner courtyard for more than half a year, but he had never seen Hua Xuanli. As for why Hua Xuanli was looking for him, Lin Feng was naturally very puzzled. "All right, let's go back and take a look," Lin Feng said, and returned to the academy with Su Zimo. In the living room, Zhang Yi was carefully talking to a young cultivator. This person looked to be in his teens and was slightly skinny with a resolute face. Lin Feng was a little surprised. This person should be Hua Xuanli, the young cultivator who was peddling black spirit roots a few days ago. Junior brother Lin, it's been a few days since we last met. How have you been? Hua, Xuanli smiled and asked. Lin Feng nodded. Everything is fine. Forgive me for not recognizing you, brother Hua, said Lin Feng. It's been more than a year since I left the academy. It's normal that you don't recognize me. Hua, Xuanli smiled and continued. I'm looking for you today because I have something to discuss with you. Senior brother Hua, junior brother Lin, I remember that Wang Xianming is looking for me today. It's almost time, so I'll go see him. Take your time. Zhang Yi smiled and stood up. Take care, junior brother Zhang. Hua, Xuanli nodded. After Zhang Yi left, Lin Feng asked, May I know why senior brother Hua is here? Junior brother Lin, do you still remember the black spirit root? Hua, Xuanli asked. Of course. Lin Feng nodded. It's the spirit root of the black underworld black flame fruit. I'm sure junior brother Lin knows about it. Hua, Xuanli looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. Hua, Xuanli continued. To tell you the truth, I found a Xianming dark flame fruit when I was training outside, but it was protected by a ferocious beast. At that time, the Xianming dark flame fruit hadn't ripened yet. Now half a year has passed, and I think it should have ripened by now. You and I are brothers, so I would like to invite you to go with us. A matured, black, underworld, black flame fruit? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. That was a rare treasure. Lin Feng was convinced that he would be able to break through to the martial master level. Then I'll have to thank you, senior brother Hua, Lin Feng said, suppressing his excitement. Ha, junior brother, there's no need to be so polite with me. We'll leave tomorrow. Get ready, Hua Xuanli said. All right, I'll prepare well. Lin Feng nodded.